Yesterday, Mr. Abernathy, one of the advisory council, said he would be late today because he had a childcare issue, but that Ms. Hicks, the other advisory council, would be here and ready to start at 9:30. What time did that email come in?
Judge, the email came in at 9:20 that she was printing off pictures.
All right, so we got an email at 9:20 saying she's still at her office printing off pictures, which is wholly unacceptable. Ms. Daybell, you represent yourself. You do not need your advisory council here. But I'm going to split the difference. She's being sent an email that says if she's not here at 9:50, 9:50, we're going to start. If there's pictures that need to be printed off, staff can do that. Staff can bring it over later, but should have been here at 9:30. If this were federal court, she'd probably be going into custody. I mean, this is ridiculous. All right, I'm just letting everyone know what the holdup is. We're going to start at 9:50.
Judge, at 9:50, I do need to make a record regarding character evidence and the defendant opening the door before she questions some witnesses.
Okay,
Just want to make sure that that's out there so she's aware of that.
we'll do that at 9:50. Do you want to stay out here or go back?
opening, she spoke about that she was a person who loved all people, that she has no malice towards people, and then she also spoke about Brandon hiring a private investigator. I want to start with the fact that the defendant is appearing to try to bring in 404 character evidence about herself. Rule 404A does not allow the defendant to bring in character evidence to prove action in conformity, which is clearly what she was doing. Assuming she does, then the rules would permit the state to then bring in specific act evidence of this defendant. The defendant is trying to say she is a peaceful person, she has no malice. I believe that will open the door to allow the state to bring in the fact that she is a 4-time convicted murderer. Next, the defendant, in terms of bringing up information about Brandon hiring a PI and trying to make it appear that he has some vendetta against her, we have worked very hard to try to say there is an incident in Chandler. Brandon Boudreau was very aware of the fact that this defendant and her brother had shot and killed Charles Vallow. And this is why he was very afraid for his life and trying to realize where she was and where Alex was. So if she wants to go into all of that information, then again, I believe she will be opening the door to allow Brandon to then explain why he was in so much fear for his life, why he was hiring a private investigator to locate this defendant and locate Alex Cox. So I just want to make it very clear that should she go into those areas, I will be asking to then bring in the fact that she has been involved in the murder of Charles Vallow, her own children, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
And I believe 405 will permit that, Your Honor.
So I had literally the same thoughts during her opening statement, especially when she started talking about I'm a person with good intent, kindness, peace and love, etc. And I was thinking in my head, wow, she's opening a big door right here. Now, it's not witness testimony. The jury has been instructed specifically that that's not evidence or testimony. But I think the notice that the state is putting out right now is well taken, because if you elicit testimony through a witness or you testify yourself along those lines, there's several doors that would be opened in that instance. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor.
Okay. The
I
schedule.
also understand that the state also withdrew their 404B, that they had
Well, that
no
doesn't
intention of doing that. So
That doesn't mean you get to say whatever you want.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm just saying they did give a notice for 404B, and then they did withdraw it. So they didn't have any intention. I didn't have any intention.
The issue is if you bring in your good character as a reason of why this didn't happen, they're going to be allowed to rebut that type of testimony because you've opened the door to it. The schedule for today, I'd like to finish the witness that was on the stand yesterday, if he could come up.
And then, Judge, just for scheduling, I have one civilian witness who only had a Ring camera. She is very fast. I would like to, after Detective Ferrer is done, put her on quickly before we recall Brandon, just so she isn't waiting around.
All right, so it'll be the witness from yesterday. We'll conclude with him. The defendant was in the middle of her cross on him. We'll do that civilian witness. At some point in the morning, we'll take a short break for the court reporter in about an hour. And then we'll recall Mr. Boudreau to complete your cross, or start and complete your cross. All right? Are they lined up? Go ahead and line them up.
And if I can go get the witness to bring him in.
All right, welcome back. Please be seated. Thank you for your patience. All right, the defense can continue with its cross of this witness.
Okay, Detective Ferrer, yesterday we were talking about, you collected the evidence, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so what all evidence did you collect yourself?
The projectiles from a bullet.
Is there any other evidence that you collected?
At the scene or?
Yes, at the scene.
Yes, just the projectile.
Okay. And then, was there a cigarette collected at the scene, is that correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
I did not impound that.
You never saw it?
I don't recall it.
Okay. And you had collected the items that were in the Ford F-150, is that correct?
Yes.
And you collected the earplugs that were in the truck?
Yes.
And you stated that those were common among people who frequent a shooting range, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your investigation, did you learn that Alex Cox frequently visited shooting ranges?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that you remembered Alex Cox's vehicle license plate because it was personalized, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then in the course of your investigation, did you discover what his license plate stood for?
No.
Okay. Or what it was a reference to?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you learn in the course of your investigation that Alex did stand-up comedy?
No.
Okay. We talked about the hole in the Tesla, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it was consistent with a bullet hole, is that correct?
Yes.
And so that could be a bullet from a rifle or a handgun?
Yes.
Okay. So either one.
Either one.
And those fragments weren't tested to find out if that was from a bullet or, I mean, the bullet was from a rifle or a handgun?
I did not send it for testing.
Okay. You also said that you were the one that canvassed the neighborhood for videos?
One of many.
Okay. But in your report, you said that at 3854 Phelps, that the individual had heard a loud bang but did not investigate it, said it didn't sound like a gunshot. Is that correct?
Can I object to hearsay?
Sustain.
And you had stated that you did collect the fragments, is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
But the majority of the bullet was never located, is
Let
that
me
correct?
rule on the
Oh, sorry.
objection. It's sustained. Next question.
And the majority of the bullet was never located, is that correct?
We had a projectile. That's what we found, just pieces of it,
Okay.
fragments.
And you had put in your report that you believed it had fallen out during when
That's
the
just-
victim drove
that's-
away?
It's possibility. There's a lot of possibilities.
So my question is, how would it have fallen out? How could you explain it falling out? Could you explain that to me?
It depends where the bullet hole or the projectile goes into a vehicle. There's several, a vehicle is not sealed, all sealed up so there's not ever breathing or anything like that. So there's holes in it, and there's ways that, let's say like venting and that type of stuff for a vehicle. So when a vehicle is in motion, it moves, right? It rocks, goes over bumps. That's why they have shock absorbers. So anything that's on top, it's just like when you accidentally leave your coffee on top of your vehicle and you drive off. It's a good chance it's going to fall off. And it's the same as a projectile on a vehicle also.
Okay. So how far down were the fragments that you found into the hole that was made in the Tesla?
It was located by another detective, but it was easy enough for us to retrieve.
So like it
I don't,
inside the hole somewhere.
yes,
But just so I understand, the bullet breaks apart, is that correct?
yes.
And so maybe the majority fell out and those pieces were left inside.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how much of the bullet was taken apart or how much damage that bullet or projectile would have had.
Okay. But some of the pieces could be in there and the majority of it could fall out?
That's a theory, yes.
And it wouldn't be wedged in?
We didn't locate anything that was wedged in.
But that could have been due to just driving around the block because, like you said, the car jostles.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
If the car had not been in motion, then the bullet should have been intact. Is that correct?
No, when a bullet hits, it depends on the type of bullet, frangible or non, the make, the model. If it hits a solid object, bullets have different properties. So some will break apart a little easier than others. Some will go right through. It just depends on the make and the model of the bullets.
Okay. So no testing was done on this bullet to find out what kind of bullet it was?
The projectile.
Correct. I mean, no.
I did not send it for testing.
Okay. Is that something that could be found out?
What do you mean?
What kind of bullet it was from the fragments?
I believe there's a test that possibly does it.
Okay. And you didn't think that was necessary?
I was not the case detective on this.
Okay. So since those bullet fragments were not tested in any way, the markings on there that you had testified to yesterday that were copper were part of the jacket, is that correct?
The coloring,
Yes.
the color, yes.
So that's just from a visual, that's not from any kind of testing of the copper, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so just looking at
It's
it.
the color.
Okay, that color, copper color, could have been from the Tesla itself?
I didn't see any copper coloring on the outside of that Tesla. It was white in color.
Okay. And then when you said you canvassed the neighborhood, or the Gilbert Police Department canvassed the neighborhood, there was no camera coverage to your knowledge, is that correct?
People I talked to did not have any. I believe there was camera footage found by other detectives or officers, yes.
Oh, there was,
Possibly, yes.
but you did not discover any?
No,
And you have never seen any?
no.
Okay. And have you been working on this case this whole time, or what was your involvement as far as from October 2nd to when you worked on this case?
The original call out I was part of, and then I was requested to execute the search warrant on the Ford F-150. And that was December 23rd.
And that kind of ended your
Yes,
dealings with this case?
yes,
Okay. So all of the reports that you had written were in between that time frame?
yes.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Detective, I'm going to start with sort of where we were just ending and go back to some issues from yesterday. In this Tesla, did you note damage to the molding where the window would have gone up into the frame of the Tesla?
Yes.
Can I have the Elmo, please? Thank you. So we're looking here, Exhibit 39. So would it be fair to say that there's not a great seal anymore between where the window went up into the frame and the car itself?
That is correct.
And did you also view the glass itself?
Yes.
That was laying on the driveway?
Yes.
And did you also, Exhibit 46, note that little notch or divot in the glass itself?
Yes.
And was that sort of consistent with the location of where the window would have gone up into the frame of the vehicle?
That is correct.
So when you're talking about a seal of a window going up into the frame, does the fact that the molding was broken and that there's a divot in the glass and the glass was completely shattered impact whether or not all those fragments or pieces of that projectile might remain inside the Tesla?
There's a good chance they would fall out of the Tesla.
Because the seal is no longer the same as it once was, right?
Correct.
You were asked yesterday about the length of the bullet hole or the size of this bullet hole. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you're talking about the A here, were you trying to measure from not just the damage of where the bullet started to impact or cause that concaveness in the frame, but just the actual hole itself?
Yes.
Does that still tell you the size of the bullet?
No.
That's just the damage that it caused as it entered into the frame of this Tesla?
That is correct.
You were asked yesterday about casings and fragments, and can we explain what a casing is, what a projectile is, and what fragments are?
Sure. A casing is what the bullet is contained in. That's where the black powder and the actual bullet itself is attached to. A casing is usually discarded after the bullet is fired out of the gun. And it could be caught, it depends on what kind of weapon there is. Revolvers actually keep the casings in as a circle. Rifles are known could keep the casing inside until you eject it yourself. The semi-automatic weapons which police use and which are more common, they have it's a semi-action. It will eject the casing out. The casing just holds the bullet. Once the bullet is fired from the gun, it comes out very, very hot. We're trying to explain is when it hits a certain item, it just depends on the integrity of the bullet itself. How strong is that bullet? Is it going to be strong enough to go through metal? Usually not. And so once it hits an item, it is compromised. The bullet is compromised. and it makes fragments. It falls apart. And that's where the fragments come from, and that's what we found in this Tesla, with just fragments of the actual bullet.
Okay, so when we're talking about the fragments that you recovered, those pieces of the projectile after it broke apart and after it had first gone through or into the Tesla frame, this metal, and then broke apart. That's what you're talking about when you talked about the fragments that you recovered?
That is correct.
Now, the defendant asked you about casings and if you found any at the scene. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do remember that.
If you were advised that the person firing the rifle was laying or lying in wait inside of the back of a Jeep, that only part of the barrel of that rifle came out the rear window, and then the rifle was fired, where would you expect that casing to land?
More than likely, it would still be inside that vehicle, the Jeep.
Okay, so you would not expect it to fly forward out of the Jeep and land out on the ground?
No.
The defendant asked you about if you saw a casing over by the pool. Would you expect, absent, I guess, a hole in the floor of the Jeep, to find the casing over there if it was still in the Jeep?
No.
So,
Never found the casing next to a pool.
but you wouldn't expect to find a casing over
No.
there, right?
No.
There was no evidence of anyone shooting over there,
Right.
and there would be no reason for a casing to be over there.
Correct.
So in this case, given the information you were given, were you surprised that you didn't find a casing?
No. It doesn't mean we don't look for the casing. We automatically look for the casings. But since it was inside of a vehicle, it's just like a drive-by shooting type of thing. We'll say once we pull the car over, the casings will be inside that vehicle, most likely. Then one or two might pop out if they have their gun outside the window, something like that, the casing might. But usually we searched, there was no casing found in this, so we determined it was more likely than not, inside that vehicle still.
And the casing was in the windowsill? Sorry.
Yeah, the casing was more likely than not inside that vehicle still.
Inside the Jeep still?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Are there any questions from the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If I may go get the next witness?
Go ahead. All right, ma'am, come on up here. You're going to stand right here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? L-Y-N-N-E. Mendoza, M-E-N-D-O-Z. Thank you. Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Round of applause for the witness.
Yeah, go ahead and have a seat right here. You'll scoot into that microphone there.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Lena
And what's your last name?
Mendoza.
Thank you. Do you currently live here in Arizona?
I do.
Back on October 2nd of 2019, where did you live?
In Gilbert,
And what was your address back then?
3893 East Fairview Street.
And how long did you live at that location?
In total, 6 years.
Okay. I'll show you. I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 2. You to look at Exhibit 2, a map. Does that show sort of the area of your neighborhood as well as where your house would have been located back in October 2nd of 2019?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
2 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay. So you told us your address was 3893 East Fairview Street.
Yes.
We see Fairview here on Exhibit 2. Approximately where was your residence on this map?
It is the house on the very corner.
Is it the corner of Fisher and Fairview? Or which corner are we talking about?
It's been a little while. It's been a little while. I'm sorry. It's,
There's a map right from you.
oh, sorry. I'm trying to think. Wrecker. Turn down.
This is Fairview.
Right. So it's either Fisher or Cole. I can't remember which street corner. So there's a park, and it's right on the corner.
Okay.
Fry, Wrecker, turn in, Morelos around to Fairview.
Let me put up 3. Is this the park you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So right on the corner here.
Cole, Phillips. Yes, right there on the corner.
So you're
Right there. Yes,
right
ma'am.
here. Okay.
Yes, that's the house.
Back on October 2nd of 2019, did you have a Ring doorbell?
Yes.
Did your front door sort of face out towards Fairview Street?
Yes.
And do you recall sort of where your Ring doorbell was located?
Yes.
Where was it?
So from the front door, it sat off to the left-hand side if I was in the home at the front, and it faced out towards that street.
Did it sometimes get a little bit of this intersection here?
All the time, yes.
Okay. And was it sort of motion activated?
Yes.
Okay. So that means that when there was some sort of vehicle going by, it might activate it to start recording.
Yes.
Do you recall back on October 2nd, an officer coming around and asking you if you had a ring system and to kind of look in the time range of 9:15-ish to see if you had any footage of vehicles going by?
I do.
And were you asked to email any recordings to the police department?
Yes,
And did you do that?
I did.
And Your Honor, I've shown defense counsel, or the defendant, Exhibit 120, if I can have my paralegal show that to the witness. Did you recognize that as your residence
Yes,
and your Ring video
yes,
and the footage that you sent to the police?
yes,
Did it have both audio and video?
yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 120.
Any objection?
No objection.
120 is admitted.
Yes, if we could move to footage. And if we could just show at the beginning we missed where. Right. So when you had your, you had your Ring video, would it sometimes like glitch and you'd see a vehicle like we saw in the beginning, a black vehicle?
Yes,
So in this video, were you asked to look for vehicles and a sound of any shooting?
I remember being asked to look for a vehicle crossing in that time, and I saw that at the beginning of the vehicle you see, or the video, you see the vehicle, and that was what I noticed first.
Okay. And then when you were watching it yourself, you heard a bang noise?
Correct.
And so, given that, looking for the black vehicle and then you noticing the bang, that's what you sent to the police?
Yes,
And that's your home, sort of looking out, as we said, of Fisher and Fairview.
yes.
Thank you. State has no other questions for this witness.
Cross-examination?
No, Your Honor, no cross.
Any questions for this witness from the jury? Don't see any. Ma'am, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, we took Mr. Boudreau's cross-examination out of order. We're now going to complete that, so I'm going to ask Mr. Boudreau to come back up. All right, sir, go ahead and have a seat on the witness stand. You're still under oath. I'll just remind you to try to speak into that microphone. All right, the defendant can start her cross-examination of this witness.
Your Honor, when Robert Abernathy gets here, he has some photos and things I need to have marked, so
Okay.
can we stop for a minute when he gets here to do
Yeah.
that? Okay.
Just have him go right up to the clerk when he gets here and get him
Okay.
marked.
Mr. Boudreau, you and I met in 2009, is that correct?
I believe we met in 2008.
Okay. Before you got married, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you got married in 2009, is that correct?
I believe I was married October 31st, 2008.
Okay. But that's when we met, is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
So we've known each other a long time, is that correct?
a long time can mean a lot of different things.
Since 2008.
Correct.
Okay. And we had a familial connection, is that correct?
Yes.
And we always had a friendly relationship, you and I, is that correct?
I wouldn't say always.
Okay. Until what time?
Until probably end of 2018.
Okay. And we spent many holidays together.
We did.
And you and Melanie were married a little over 10 years, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I was there at your wedding, is that correct?
Correct.
And I came to Utah to help you when your first child was born, is that correct?
I'm going to object to relevance.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Correct.
And I was there when your second child was born, is that correct?
You were not present when my child was born, but
Well, I came to help and watched Braxy, so I was there.
you visited with you were with my family, correct?
Okay. And I flew in from Hawaii when Blake was born to help with the kids, and I watched them while you and Melanie were at the
Gonna
hospital,
again
is that correct?
Object again to character evidence.
Sustain.
And I did watch the kids when Breezy was born as well, is that
Your Honor,
correct?
I'm going to object and ask
Sustained.
to go into 405 soon.
And we went on vacations together, you and I, is that
Gonna-
correct?
Ms. Vallow, okay, move on to relevant information, okay? You've established you have a relationship with him that's close family relationship since 2008. So, go ahead.
And you came to visit me in Hawaii a few times, is that correct?
And Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'm just asking in the sense that it was him coming to me.
All right,
There's things that happened there that I'm going to.
approach.
Okay. Brandon, you and I had never had an argument with each other, is that correct?
That's not correct.
Okay, when did we ever have an argument, you and I?
I'm going to object to relevance. If there's something specific about that, are we talking in 10 years?
I'll overrule it. He can answer.
The most recent argument that I would say we have is when I was texting you in June.
That was June 25th, 2019, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And had you been upset with me before that time?
Are you talking about ever in our lives?
Yeah.
I'm sure we're all human. I'm sure there was times I was upset with you.
Is there something specific that you were upset with me about before the June 25th text messages?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance if there's something more specific.
Sustain.
Were you upset with me about Juice Island?
I'm going to object as to relevance and 404.
Sustain.
Brandon, you had mentioned before that Melanie and I were close, is that correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that I loved Melanie. Is that correct?
I can't say if you loved her or not.
But you saw that over the 10 years that you were married to her, right? You witnessed it with your own eyes.
What is it you're asking that I witnessed?
Me loving Melanie.
As I said, I can't state what you did or did not feel. I can't say what you felt.
But I acted in a way that was loving towards her, in as far as you knew.
I'm going to object again to relevance, 404 and 405 character evidence.
Sustain.
So we were all together as a family frequently, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there were times when we were at your house as well as my house, is that correct?
An objection to relevance.
Sustained.
And until you sent me that text message on June 25th that we read yesterday, you and I had never had any disagreements with each other. Is that correct?
I would not agree with that statement.
You and I had ever had an argument?
Can you ask that question again?
Did you and I ever have an argument?
And again, as to foundation of when,
I'll allow him to answer. You can answer.
I'm sure we had, I don't know how you would define argument, but disagreements.
Face to face, you and I? Before the June 25th?
Hold on.
That's all I'm asking, just before
Okay,
that.
maybe rephrase it.
So by the time we met in 2008 until June 25th, 2019, did you and I ever have an argument?
Is there something you're looking for that you're trying to specify? And I'm not sure I can. That's a broad question that I can't think of a specific time where we argued face to face. If that's what you're looking for.
Correct. So you and I have never had an argument in our lifetimes.
I wouldn't agree with that. I would say that there have for sure been disagreements between us, but I can't think of a specific time that I could share where me and you face to face argued. I'm not a confrontational person.
Okay. You've known me for all these years. Am I a confrontational person?
and I'm going to object to character evidence under 404 and 405.
Sustained.
Would you agree that I supported you as a husband and a father to your children?
I'm going to object to relevance.
Sustained.
So in your testimony yesterday, you talked about this long argument that you had with Melanie. Was that on the same day, on June 25th, 2019?
It was.
Okay. And you said it was a long argument. How long did that go on?
It started in the afternoon, and it went through past midnight.
So several hours?
Yes.
And you remember this date because that was the day you sent me those text messages, is that correct?
I wouldn't say that's the only reason I remember that date. It's a painful date.
Okay. So you remember that date specifically?
Yeah, I do remember that day.
Okay. And you had mentioned that this argument started as a result of Melanie not wanting to attend your grandfather's funeral, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were aware that Melanie had trauma with all funerals because her mother passed away when she was 9, is that correct?
Object to relevance.
I'll overrule the objection. He can answer if he knows the answer.
I can't say why Melanie was feeling the way she was feeling. I'm not Melanie.
But you know she had an issue with funerals before your grandfather passed away.
As I said, I'm not Melanie. I can't say what she had an issue with or not.
But you're aware that her mother passed away when she was 9, right?
Yes, I'm aware her mother passed away.
And that she had to go to the funeral.
I'm going to object to relevance.
I'll sustain it at this point. Go ahead. Next question.
But she's your wife of 10 years, so you knew that about her, is that correct?
And again, I'm going to object to relevance, the same
Sustain.
question.
It's completely understandable that you would want your wife at your side at your grandfather's funeral, so a disagreement between a couple would begin over that issue. That's not
Objection to
far-fetched, right?
testifying.
That's a statement. Can you, if you want to phrase it as a question, go ahead.
So your argument began because of this issue with not wanting to go to your grandfather's funeral, is that correct?
Yes.
And was Melanie upset or crying at that point?
No, just me.
Okay. So during this long, several-hour disagreement, you would have covered a myriad of topics, is that correct?
Can you define a myriad of topics?
Just several different things probably came up during this very long argument.
We talked about several different things, yes.
Okay. And one of those things I had come up in the conversation, is that correct?
One of the things that came up was you getting your temple recommended and me hacking your computer.
So I'm saying I was brought up in that long conversation just the one time?
I don't know if I could say just the one time. It was quite a long time we spent on that particular topic, which was bothersome.
Okay. So as you were trying to change the subject, Melanie was going back to that?
As I was trying to understand why it was important to her, she focused very much on the subject, yes.
Okay. And you had stated before that Melanie saw me as a mother to her, is that correct?
I said a mother-like figure.
Right. And it's not out of the realm of possibility that your mother-in-law would be brought into a very long argument, is that correct?
Objection, speculation, relevance.
Or someone close to your wife?
Sustained.
But I was not the focus of that entire argument, is that correct?
My focus was my family, my wife and my children. I love them and I didn't want them to go through pain.
Is that what you spent all those hours arguing?
Yeah, because I love them and I wanted to work through things with my wife, yes. I didn't spend it for any other reason.
And during this argument, there were several issues that you discussed, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And one of those issues was Melanie informing you of text messages that she had viewed?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Is one of those issues a video of you on Facebook dancing at the pink pony that Melanie showed you?
Object to relevance, to 404B evidence, and 403.
Sustained.
Did Melanie show you a video of yourself
Object
during
again
that
to the same
Sustained.
argument?
manner.
Sustained.
What else was discussed in this argument?
Objection, relevance, foundation, something specific.
I'll sustain the objection.
How many topics would you say were gone over during this long interview, long argument?
I couldn't say.
So until, did I ever answer the text messages that you sent to me?
I never received a reply.
Were you at that point blaming me for that argument? In your mind?
I think that the only people who can be responsible for ourselves is ourselves, so I was focused on myself and my wife.
Okay. So that argument ended up beginning your divorce proceedings, is that correct?
At the end of that argument, she told me that she needed a divorce, correct?
And who filed for divorce?
I did.
And when was that?
In July.
Do you know the date that you filed?
It's complicated because I went and met with a mediator, but she didn't file the paperwork for a while. So I guess it depends on how you define who filed for it and when.
Okay. Did you file it with the court? Like file for divorce with the court?
A mediator did.
Okay. Oh, so you don't know when she actually put the paperwork in, is that correct?
Correct.
When did you meet with her? Do you remember that?
I do.
What day was that?
In July.
But you don't remember which day in July?
We met several times.
Okay. Did you meet with her on your own, or did you and Melanie just meet with her together?
We met with her together.
Every time?
Yes, every time we went together.
Okay. And that started in July?
Correct.
And do you know when that was final?
Mid-October.
And you were able to come to mutual agreements during that time? With the mediator?
Can you give me more? What are you looking for specifically on that?
I'm just saying, the mediation was completed, so you came to your agreements, is that correct?
We filed for divorce, so yes.
Okay. So when was it that Melanie moved into the rental house from the house that you were living together in?
I believe I moved her on July 14th, I believe. I'm not certain.
And then you stayed in the house until what date?
Until my home sold.
When was that?
We got it under contract in September, beginning of September, and closing was October 1st.
Okay. And when did you move into your rental house? What day was that?
Mid-September to late September. It might have been in the 25th, 24th, 26th, somewhere in there.
And then you had schedule with the children, is that correct?
Can you ask that question?
I'm just saying you had agreed to a schedule with the children, is that correct?
Part of our divorce, we had a schedule, yes.
And so on October 2nd, all 4 children were with you, is that correct?
It depends on what time you're speaking about.
Well, they spent the night with you, so they would have woke up with you on October 2nd, is that correct?
On October 2nd night, they slept with their mom. On October 1st night, they slept with me.
Okay. that night turned into October 2nd. Is that correct?
If you're saying October 2nd in the morning, then yes. Yes, that would be, my kids would have still been at my house in the morning.
Yes, okay. And then you had taken them to school, is that correct, in the morning?
Correct.
You said that you guys got up, you had food, you were getting ready,
Yes.
normal, typical morning, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you dropped off your two oldest at their elementary school, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you took Breeze to her mom and dropped her off at the park, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you took Blake to his preschool and dropped him off, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then where did you go from there?
I went to the gym.
What was the name of your gym? I'm sorry.
EOS.
And you worked out for, you said, an hour to an hour and a half?
Yeah, I wasn't watching it super close, so I can't tell you exactly how long it was.
Okay. And then you drove straight home, is that correct?
From the gym, yes.
Now, on that day, you had an interview with Detective Pillar, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that the first time that you met Detective Pillar?
Yes.
Was on that day on October 2nd, 2019?
Correct.
And in that interview, you told him basically what had happened, is that correct?
I answered the questions that he asked, yeah.
And you told him all about Melanie, is that correct?
It's a pretty broad question. I don't know that I could say that I told him all about Melanie.
So you discussed Melanie, is that correct?
We did, yes.
And you discussed me, is that correct?
We did, yes.
And he had asked you kind of what happened, is that correct?
He asked me what happened? Yes, he asked me what happened.
And you talked about your divorce, is that correct?
We did discuss parts of my divorce, yes.
And you had told Detective Pillar that someone had convinced her that you were gay, is that correct?
Can you ask that question again?
You had told Detective Pillar that that someone had convinced Melanie that you were gay.
I can't remember if I specifically told him that someone had convinced Melanie that I was gay. I would have to review the conversation I had with him to be able to say for certain that's how I worded it.
Okay. Do you recall telling him that she has a friend named Lori? Melanie?
I did not say she has a friend named Lori, no.
You didn't? Would you like to would you like to look at your interview?
I
To
said
refresh
that
your recollection?
I said that she has an aunt named Lori.
Would you like to review this to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay.
Have your, Ms. Hicks? I think she has a exhibit she needs to approach with. She just wants to show him to refresh his memory.
I apologize.
you want to just read that page to yourself, and then I can ask you a question again. No, that's okay. Thank you. Did that refresh your memory, Brandon?
I read that. I think that maybe a transcriptionist miswrote that because I wouldn't have referred to you as a friend named Lori. I would have referred to you as an aunt named Lori.
Okay. And it was me that you were talking about that convinced her that you were gay? Is that what you were referring to?
In that context, I never said that Lori is the one who convinced Melanie that I was gay.
Okay. So in the second paragraph, it didn't say she's the one that convinced her that I'm gay?
Improper impeachment, refreshing, I'm not sure what she's doing.
Sustain.
Would you like to read it again?
If you would like me to, I can read it again.
Okay. It's line 251. Thank you. Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I read a different line. That is the in 251. I did specifically say that I thought you.
That I had convinced her.
Can you ask that
That I
question?
had convinced Melanie that you were gay?
I said that I specifically thought that you had been involved in convincing her that I'm gay. Yes, correct.
Okay. And so she did not show you herself a video of you dancing at the Pink Pony, is that
Again, Your
correct?
Honor, to relevance to
Sustained.
404B.
It's all sustained.
And what was your understanding of how I convinced Melanie of this accusation?
Kind of speculation.
Can we sidebar? All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute recess, morning recess. We will resume in about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise to the jury.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. We've concluded that sidebar, a record's been made. I would just caution the defendant, again, she needs to be very careful, and she's getting into areas that could open a huge door that I don't think she wants open. I'm going to make another record at 10:24 to 10:25. We held a sidebar that I don't think made it onto the court record. That sidebar, again, discussed similar issues of if the defendant brings in evidence or testimony that she was a good person and no ill intent and those sorts of things, and specific acts of her being a good person, it could open the door to other things that she may not want the door open to. The state, the defendant, and advisory counsel were at the bench when we had that short 1-minute sidebar, but I don't know if anyone wants to supplement the record on that. Ms. Kay?
Just, Your Honor, that, again, the state did raise any issue of character evidence under 404A and 405, that if the defendant opens the door and tries to advise that she is a good person, a peaceful person, a kind person, a loving person, any of those other types of things, that we believe that would allow us under 405 to then bring in specific acts, such as the murder of her children, her husband, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
No, it'd be
Yeah,
405.
they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that you...
Then
you
all
have-
404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing
have a
on,
very, stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could
Okay.
include being convicted of 4 murders.
and
So,
would you
talk
like,
to your advisory counsel during the break, and
you don't need to yell at me either.
yelling at you, okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk
Okay,
to me that way. I'm
take her
very
out.
courteous.
Take her out.
I'm very courteous to you.
Take her out. No, you have been nothing near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your advisory counsel about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
All rise.
Please be seated. The parties are present, the jury is not present. Ms. Daybell, if you continue to ask lines of questions where I've sustained an objection, into areas where I've sustained an objection, if you continue to speak over me or the prosecutor when it's not your turn to speak, I will give you a chance to speak and make any record that's made. If you continue to do all these things, I may be forced to revoke your pro per status.
I understand, Your Honor. I apologize.
Are we ready to continue with the cross-examination?
Yes, and I'm just going to ask a few questions of clarification.
Go ahead.
I mean, when we get up there, that's fine. I'm just going to clarify a few things, and then I'll move on
You mean with me or with the witness?
with the witness.
Okay, go ahead and get ready at the podium. Depending on when we finish with this witness, we'll determine when we break for lunch, I guess. It depends on who you have next. We could go to like 12:15 and then start again at 1:15. We can be flexible, but so I guess let's see where we are when we finish with this witness. All right, let's bring the jury in.
All rise to the jury.
All right, members of the jury, please be seated. Thank you. I just had to take care of a legal issue. We'll continue with the cross-examination of this witness. Go ahead.
Yesterday in your testimony, Mr. Boudreau, you talked about your argument on July 25th, is that correct? I mean, on June 25th with your wife, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you had had marital problems in those 10 years or no?
Objection to relevance.
I'll allow it briefly. Go ahead.
Can you define marital problems?
Well, like a course of contention, were there other courses of contention in your marriage during those 10 years?
If you've been married for 10 years, there's definitely times where you don't agree.
Absolutely. So would the fact that you traveled a lot during those 10 years been a course of contention?
I object to relevance.
Sustained.
But there are other issues besides what happened that day on June 25th, is that correct?
Can you re-ask that question?
Like you said, a marriage has issues if you're married for 10 years, that's correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question that you're asking. Can you ask it one more time?
Okay. You had stated that, I'll move on so I can be more clear. You had stated that, to Detective Pillar, that Melanie had been going to the temple all the time, is that correct?
I can't say for certain I stated that to him, but She did go to the temple often, yes.
And that she had prayed about it and God had answered her in a call. Is that correct?
I can't say for certain that I told him that she had prayed about it and God had answered her in a call. If you have a transcript where I could read, I would be happy to read that to verify.
Okay. That's line 240 and 241.
Thank you. That's not what I read there.
Okay. Do you like to tell me what you read?
I'm going to object to improper, I don't know, impeachment, refreshing.
Yeah, maybe, I think what you should do is look at it and maybe rephrase your question.
Okay.
Go ahead and hand it back.
So you had said that God answered her in a call.
In reference to the temple,
In reference to Melanie saying that she thought you were gay.
I did in her saying that she thought I was gay, but that didn't have anything to do with the temple, which was the question you were asking me earlier.
Yeah, so I was saying she frequented the temple. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That was a separate issue. So I was asking that she was convinced of this because God answered her in a call, is what you told Detective Pillar. Is that correct?
What is of this?
Of the fact that she was saying that you were gay.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be, can you ask that question again?
I'm trying to get to the fact that she had her own personal revelation of that idea about you.
I can't say what she was thinking. I can't say why
But she had
made a
conveyed
choice.
that to you, that she had a God answer her in a call.
I'm going to object to hearsay at this point.
Sustain.
Where did you get that information?
Which information are you asking?
Okay. The information that you gave to Detective Pillar that God answered in a call, what was that in reference to?
The line before it was me explaining that I'd have to read the line again. I can't say exactly, but my understanding is that you're speaking about me referencing her talking about me being gay.
Correct. And you're saying that she's the one that prayed about it and God answered her in a call. Is that correct?
Can I read it again? I would like to
Sure.
answer the question the best I can.
Yes. It's 240 and 241. So that's what where did you get that information that you gave to Detective Pillar that she prayed about it and God answered her in a call?
I can't tell you for certain. I'm guessing that what I was sharing with them there was pertaining to my thoughts on our conversation from June 25th.
Okay, so on June 25th, Melanie conveyed to you that she had this belief about you herself. Is that correct?
On June 25th, Melanie told me that she believed that I was gay, correct?
That she herself had that belief.
Yes.
Not that that belief had come from me, but that belief had come from herself.
Are you asking me whether or not I think that that belief came from you?
No, I'm saying, did she convey to you that she had that belief, period?
Yes.
Okay. And then later in the next line, you tell Detective Pillar, you convey to him that I convinced her of that fact.
Yes.
Okay. What made you believe I convinced her of that fact?
Conversations I'd had with Charles Vallow.
Okay. So did you hear me tell that to Melanie Boudreau?
No.
Did you ever witness me talking to her about you?
Did I witness you talking to Melanie about me
Correct.
at any point?
About this topic, about being gay.
No, I did not witness you talking to her about this topic.
Okay. So you heard it from a third party, supposedly.
I heard it from Charles Vallow.
Okay. But not from me directly. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on this day, on October 2nd, you conveyed these things to Detective Pillar. Is that correct? That she has a friend named Lori.
Can you ask that question again?
Yes. To Detective Pillar on October 2nd, you conveyed to him that Melanie has a friend named Lori.
As I stated, I think that that's a typo. I believe I said aunt named Lori.
Okay. So she has an aunt named Lori, which would be me. Is that correct?
Correct.
And she's the one who convinced her that I'm gay. Is that correct?
That's, yes, correct.
But you didn't get that information from me or from Melanie. Is that correct?
I would not say that that's correct.
Okay. You got that information from Melanie?
I got what information from Melanie?
Did you get information from Melanie that I convinced her that you are gay?
I inferred from conversations that I had with her that you were the one convincing her that I was
You
gay.
inferred from conversations?
Correct.
Okay. But she did not convey to you, Lori's the one that convinced me, and I know this now to be a fact because Lori is the one that convinced me of this.
She never said those words to me, no.
Okay. And she showed you a video that she found on Facebook.
I'm going to object
I'm not gonna say-
again to
Okay.
404B evidence, to extrinsic evidence, to relevance, to 403 evidence.
Okay, sustained. We're not talking about the video.
But she had her own reasons that she personally believed these things that had nothing to do with me. Is that correct?
Asked and answered.
Well, I'm
And
also going to
relevance.
sustain the form of the question on Melanie's belief.
Melanie conveyed to you that she had several reasons why she had this, why she was making this accusation to you. Is that correct?
I can't say how many reasons she said. It's been a long time. But I mean, we discussed it at length for a while, and both parties shared their reasons why it was confusing.
Okay. And so Detective Pillar had asked you if she had any sort of evidence to this. Is that correct?
I believe he did, yes.
Okay. And would you like to see your answer to that?
I would love to, yes.
Okay. It starts at line 675. what did you convey to Detective Pillar at that time when he asked you what sort of evidence that you had?
I told him that it's silly evidence.
I'm sorry, what?
It's silly evidence.
You told him there was silly evidence?
Yes.
What did you tell him specifically?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to relevance.
Well, it's also hearsay, sustained.
So how are you aware that Melanie had this silly evidence?
And I'm going to object again to just relevance into this area and 404B again.
He can answer the question, how was he aware where he got this information? But other than that, the objection's sustained.
From conversations with her.
Okay. So she didn't show it to you? She just talked to you about it?
Again, object, Your Honor. I don't know how many
Su-
times we can object. on
Sustained.
this.
Let's move on.
So you called it silly evidence and vague evidence, is that correct?
I'm not sure about vague. I could have.
Is it contradictory for you to tell Detective Pillar on that same day, in the same interview, that I convinced Melanie and that she had her own individual evidence that she presented to you?
I don't believe that that's contradictory, no.
You don't believe that's contradictory?
No.
So how is it that you think I convinced her?
As I shared, I had conversations with other people who shared that that was something that you were doing.
But you never heard them from me or from Melanie, is that correct?
I did not.
Okay. When you were talking to Detective Pillar that day, he had asked you, have you ever seen that vehicle before? And I'm sure he's referring to the Jeep Wrangler. Do you remember what you answered him?
It would be great if I could read it.
Okay. It's line 597. Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So he had asked you if you had ever seen that vehicle before, and what did you convey to him?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. And then he asked you to tell him more about the Jeep, and you gave him a color. What color did you say that you thought the Jeep was?
I believe olive or puke green.
Okay. And that you had never seen that Jeep before?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Had you ever seen the Jeep in my household before?
Are you asking what I said that day, or are you asking me today?
I'm asking you today. Before October 2nd, had you seen the Jeep in my household before?
I might have. I don't remember for certain.
Okay. And what color do you think the Jeep that was in my household was?
Are you asking what I think it is today, or are you asking what I thought it was that day?
I'm asking what you thought it was before October 2nd.
I don't know that I thought a lot about it, to be honest with you.
And you had never seen it before?
As I said, I can't recall for certain whether or not I had seen it before.
And it had never been parked at your house?
Which house are you talking about?
Your Quinn house.
It could have been. I can't recall.
Okay. And so before October 2nd, you were aware that there was a Jeep Wrangler in my household, is that correct?
Before October 2nd,
Yes.
I believe that at one point, Charles had called me to have me run VINs on all your vehicles because he was looking at insurance at the time. And so I did get the VIN for that vehicle.
Okay, so you knew the details of that vehicle prior to October 2nd, is that correct?
I had received them from him. I hadn't thought about it again.
Okay, but when he gave you those, did you look up the VIN numbers before October 2nd in doing that research for the insurance?
When he gave them to me, I used those numbers to run a report that would allow me to see what options he could have for insurance.
And in that research, were you made aware of the details of the Jeep?
I didn't dive into the details, no.
Okay, so were you aware at that time that it was like a 2-door Jeep or a 4-door Jeep, any of those kinds of details? Before October 2nd?
I can't honestly recall whether or not he told me. I don't know that I needed to know that or that it was something I was thinking about at all.
Okay. But that day it came to your mind, is that correct?
Which day are you talking about?
October 2nd.
Can you give me a little more context on what you're looking for came to my mind?
Oh, on that day, you stated that it was a 2-door Wrangler. Is that correct?
In my conversation with Detective Pillar? Is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I probably, it would be better if I read it, if that's okay.
Sure. It's 6:02. So you told Detective Pillar, or you conveyed to him that it was a 2-door Wrangler, is that correct?
When we're talking about the Jeep that I saw that day, yes, I saw a 2-door Wrangler.
And so my question is, were you aware if the Jeep Wrangler in my household was a 2-door Wrangler or a 4-door Wrangler prior to October 2nd?
As I said earlier, I didn't think about the Jeep that was in your household prior to October 2nd. It wasn't something I had ever thought about other than taking a VIN and running it for insurance for Charles.
Okay, but that's how you acquired the VIN number for that vehicle?
That is how I acquired it.
And when was that about? About what time frame?
I couldn't even tell you. I can't remember.
When did you start doing that car insurance business, auto insurance?
The end of 2018, some point towards the end, one of the last few months of 2018.
Okay, so sometime within that year, he had you run all those numbers just to see if we could get a better insurance rate. Is that correct?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you when exactly.
Okay. Let's go to that day of October 2nd. In your interview with Detective Peller, you had mentioned that you saw a little boy. Is that correct?
No.
To ask for some foundation.
Yeah, can you narrow
Okay.
that down a little
Sure,
more?
sure. Sure. In your narrative that you're talking to tell what happened to Detective Pillar in your interview, okay, Can I just show it to you and have you?
Your Honor, if she could just ask a question and properly
hold on.
question the witness.
I would suggest you just ask, did you see a little boy that day?
Okay,
If that's what you're getting at.
okay. Did you see a little boy that day, right after the glass had shattered?
No, I did not see a little boy that day.
Okay. And why did you tell that to Detective Pillar if you didn't see a little boy?
I don't believe I ever said that to Detective Pillar.
Okay, would you like to see your interview?
Sure.
It's 4:04. You might want to read that whole paragraph to get some context.
I believe that's a typo.
So what did you think that you said that that's a typo of?
In that context, I was describing the window breaking. Without listening to that conversation, I couldn't tell you what the final word I said was, but I'm pretty confident I did not describe seeing a little boy there.
Okay, so that isn't why you thought that it was a paintball gun, because there was a little boy there?
That is correct. I did not think it was a paintball gun because there was a little boy.
Okay. And so you didn't say you thought it was kids just being kids?
I'd have to review if there's a line where I talked about that.
Okay. .406 to 414. So you conveyed to Detective Pillar that you saw a little boy, you thought it was like a paintball gun or something?
I would object to him
that correct?
saying that. He did not say he said that.
Right, sustain.
So after reading that, do you recall saying something like that?
The context of what I was saying there was I was describing my thoughts that I was talking to the dispatcher when I mentioned the paintball gun. And the context that I was explaining was that my window was broken. And so without seeing a bullet, as I've described earlier, I thought possibly it could be a paintball gun.
Okay. And on your street that day, on October 2nd, were there kids on the street playing paintball?
No,
Oh. Were there kids anywhere walking around?
no.
And what time was this?
What time was what?
The time of this alleged shooting?
I can't say the exact time without looking at when I called 911 right after, so whatever time that was that I called 911.
Okay, so in the morning time, right?
Correct,
And it was like a bright sunny day that day?
correct.
Okay. So you conveyed to him that you were thinking it was just kids being kids, you know, like a broken window?
I did not convey that to him, no.
You did not say that on line 416?
I conveyed to him what I was thinking when I was talking to the dispatcher.
So why were you telling that to Detective Pillar if you did not believe that?
I just explained why.
Which was what?
I was explaining my thoughts when I was talking to the dispatcher.
So he wasn't asking you a direct question, you were just going over what you said to the 911 dispatcher?
I was explaining in that context that you're referring to what I was thinking when I was talking to the dispatcher, when I said that I thought it might be a paintball gun.
But you had said before you were confused because you didn't even really know what was going on at that moment. Is that correct?
I would not say that's correct.
So you did not convey that maybe somebody really didn't shoot over here?
As I said, I was explaining to him in that context about why I had said to the dispatcher that I thought it might be a paintball gun.
But you didn't believe it was a paintball gun at that time?
Which time are you referring, when I'm talking to Detective Pillar or when I made the 911 call?
Both.
When I made the 911 call, I thought someone was shooting at me, but as I explained, I had the thought nothing had come through my window, so perhaps it was a paintball gun, which I shared with the 911 operator. And when I talked to Detective Pillar, I was certain that someone had shot at me. I could see the bullet hole in my car, and as soon as I saw that, I knew for certain that all of the other things made more sense, and that was exactly what happened.
Okay. So yesterday you talked about you kept driving, right? After
Yes.
you were shot at. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you went up to where the park was and pulled over. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you made a U-turn
Correct.
and went back to the house.
Correct.
So you didn't go around the block, but you went to the, just so I understand, you went to the pool, pulled over, turned around, and went straight back to the house.
It's a big loop. You can drive either way. I ended up driving the full loop. I think everybody has seen how those streets work. So
Correct.
I did a U-turn up by the park, and I came down around the other side and looped back.
Okay. So after the U-turn, you did the full loop around.
Yeah, I finished the loop.
Okay. That makes more sense to me now. Thank you. Then what? You drove back into the driveway? Is that correct? Did you go into the garage?
I did not go into the garage.
So you stayed out of in the driveway, is that correct?
I got out of my car, and like I said yesterday, it's a little bit hazy, but I waited and stayed on 911 until the police officer arrived.
Okay. Was your garage door open or closed?
As I explained, when you drive that Tesla, it automatically opens the door when you hit it inside of a certain range. It didn't trigger in the initial drive-through when I was shot at, but when I pulled in my driveway, it triggered, so the garage just automatically opens.
Okay. So when the shooting occurred, the garage door was not open, but after you came back around the loop and drove into your driveway, it did open that second time?
It opens the garage when you pull up, yes.
Okay. And you did not drive into the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You stayed in the driveway.
Correct.
And did you stay in the exact same place where they took all of the photos of the Tesla?
I put my keys up on the dashboard, and I didn't move the car until they were done.
Okay. And so we heard you on the 911 call where you stepped out and removed the window and then got back in. Is that correct?
Like I said, it's a little hazy. What happened is when you put that car into park, the door will automatically open. And the door automatically opened, the window fell, and from there I can't remember exactly what I was doing. I remember talking to the 911 operator. I may have walked a little bit towards the street a little or something, and then I just stood right there in the driveway and waited for the first officer to arrive.
Okay, so you were outside of your vehicle at that point when the window fell out?
I may have been. It's been 6 years, so I'm not 100% certain on that part of it.
Okay. But when you say that the window fell, did it fall to the ground or it just kind of crumbled on the door?
Well, it was shattered, so most of it you could see in that picture stayed together and fell, and then a lot of it fell all over my seat, all over me, into the door frame. I could hear it all fall down in there. It fell a little bit everywhere.
Okay, but it was removed from the Tesla over to the side, so did you pick it up and move it, or it fell out over where it fell?
That piece fell because you got to remember the door's swinging out. So it automatically opens itself. If there's no sensor, then it'll move further.
Okay, so the window fell onto the ground by itself without any assistance from you?
Yeah, I didn't want to cut myself.
Okay, and then the little glass shards came out as well at that time?
Yeah, they were all over.
Okay, so you never moved the window after it fell out, is that correct?
I didn't touch it.
Okay. So where we see it in the pictures, that's where it landed?
Most likely. I mean, I can't tell you for certain.
Okay. And you may have walked to the end of the driveway, is that what that's what you're testifying to?
What I testified to was that I can't remember for certain, but I stayed on the phone and may have walked, may not have, I'm not certain.
Okay. You had testified yesterday that you thought that the 911 operator told you to stay in the vehicle and you were staying in the vehicle, but you had gotten out earlier. Is that correct?
And when I listened to that call, I didn't hear her tell me to stay in the vehicle. So I don't think she did, but maybe she did. Maybe I'm not remembering correctly.
I think that you conveyed that she had told you that. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, so then that conveyance must have been wrong on that.
Okay. So did any of that glass cut you? How were you careful to get out of there without getting cut by the glass?
I can't say for certain. I just think that I would have been careful. I wouldn't want to get cut by glass.
So when the window fell out, the glass fell in towards you onto your lap, or how did that work?
No. The big piece of the glass fell outward, which you can see, and then, I mean, I can't tell you how everything else fell. I don't have like a perfect memory of that. Just fell.
Okay. When you stepped out of the vehicle, the glass that was on you, did it fall to the ground?
I can't say for certain.
And when the police arrived, where were you located when they first drove up?
I believe I was located in my driveway or right near my driveway, and it was a woman who came.
Okay. And if you thought that you had just been shot at, were you not worried about standing there in the driveway where someone could drive by again?
The person that shot at me was in the Jeep, and I had seen them leave. Of course, I was scared for my life, but I was told to go back to my house, so that's where I went.
And I know it all happened quickly, but you were not worried about them maybe doing the loop and driving back around?
There's a lot of thoughts going through your mind when that happens.
Okay. And who arrived first? Who arrived first? Was it Officer Rob?
I can't tell you anybody's names.
Okay.
A woman,
Female officer.
female officer.
Okay. And she began questioning you, is that correct?
Yes.
And you began to tell her what had happened.
I did my best to explain what happened.
And she, at some point, had taken her pin and stuck it in the bullet hole, is that correct?
I don't remember that.
And where were you standing when you were talking to Officer Rob?
I mean, at what point? I talked to her for a little bit, so we moved around.
Were you on the driveway
We talked on the driveway,
initially?
I believe on the sidewalk, yeah.
Okay. So was she trying to get you out of the crime scene area where all the glass was?
I can't say what she was trying to do. I'm not a police officer.
When was it that you called your friends to come over?
After I saw the bullet hole, realized that I was really close to being shot. I think a little bit of shock kicked in. I remember feeling a little overwhelmed, and I remember they were very considerate. They, I think when my hands even started shaking, I remember. And then they told me, do I have someone that can be with me? And then my first thought was my dad, He's kind of my strength. And then after that, I thought of my friends. I have two really good friends, and that's what I remember is they said I could call them. And so they just came and tried to make things lighthearted, make things easier.
So was that Officer Rob that gave you the permission to call your friends?
I can't tell you for certain.
So was that after she finished questioning you on the events of the day?
I can't tell you for certain on that either. I don't know.
Was it before another officer arrived?
Like I said, I can't tell you for certain.
And how long did it take for your friends to show up?
I don't know. I probably was in a little bit of shock. I don't remember how long any of those things were.
Okay. And you had two different friends that showed up? Did they come together?
I think they came separate.
And at that point, when they arrived, was the crime scene tape already up?
I don't remember.
And so they would have had to park outside of the crime scene tape, or you don't know?
I'm sure they did. I don't know, though. I can't testify to that.
And so they stayed with you during that whole day?
Yeah, they were awesome. They dropped everything and they just spent time with me.
And they stayed until the police left?
They did.
Did they stay after the police left?
Yeah, they did.
And you guys went into the house at that point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did any of the offers enter the house? Any of the officers or any of the detectives?
You'd have to ask them. I think they said they had to clear the house, but I can't remember. Like I said, I think I was in a little bit of shock for a little bit there.
And do you know if any of the officers entered the garage?
I'm sure that people entered the garage, yes, at some point. I can't tell you when.
And when you got on the phone and called your friends, did you call them or did you just text them?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
And who was it that came to help you that day, your friends?
My friend Mark Bell and my friend Chris Pierce.
Did either of them get interviewed by the police?
You'd have to ask the police. I'm not sure.
Did you see any of them getting interviewed by the police? Did the police ask them direct questions in front of you?
I can't recall.
So by the time they arrived, were you done with your interviews with police?
No.
So when you were having this interview with Detective Pillar, where were your friends?
When I left for my interview with Detective Pillar, we were all sitting in the shade over underneath a tree. I don't know where I was with Detective Pillar, so I don't know where they were at that time.
And where was your interview conducted with Detective Pillar?
Inside of his car.
In a police car?
Yeah.
Okay. And about how long do you think this interview lasted?
It's a long time ago. I don't know.
And then after you had your interview with Detective Pillar, you rejoined your friends?
I did.
Did you interview with anyone else besides Officer Rob and Detective Pillar?
Not that I can recall, but I may have talked to other officers. They might ask me questions.
So other officers were around there and they were asking you questions as well?
I didn't say that. I said I may have. I can't remember for certain.
So there were several people from the Gilbert Police Department in your vicinity, on your property?
It seemed there was a lot of police there because a shooting occurred, I assumed.
Okay.
I don't know the police process.
But you don't remember anybody else asking you any specific questions? Is that correct?
I don't remember any questions that anybody specifically asked, and I don't remember if they asked me questions or not.
Any follow-ups to what Officer Rob had talked to you about or anything?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Brandon, how many communications since October 2nd until now have you had with Detective Pillar?
I have no idea.
How many phone calls would you say over the last 5.5 years?
No idea.
More than 10?
I'm sure more than 10, yes.
More than 20?
Like I said, I couldn't testify to the exact number, so I have no idea.
A lot?
I talked to him about my case.
More than 100?
I honestly can't tell you. I have never looked to try and figure it out.
Okay. How about text message communications with you and Detective Pillar? How many times have you communicated with him through text message in the last 5.5 years?
I've never counted, so I don't know.
More than 10?
I'm sure it's more than 10.
More than 100?
That I can't testify to. I don't know.
How about emails to Detective Pillar?
Same
How many
thing.
email communications have you had with him in the last 5 years?
I can't testify. I don't know.
More than 10?
That I'm not sure. I couldn't even tell you if I have had more than 10.
Brandon, I'm going to show you what's marked as potential exhibit 192, defense exhibit. Can I see it first? Do you recognize that as an email between you and Detective Pillar?
I can't tell you what this is. I can tell you what it says. I can't tell you if this is something that, where it came from. I don't have any reference on it.
I am going to object, and maybe we can,
Let's break for lunch. Is the party's good with resuming at 1:15?
yes.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break. Please remember the admonition will resume at 1:15 p.m. Thank you. Please be seated. The jury is no longer present. All right, so I've reviewed Exhibit 192. The line of your questioning was to establish that this witness has had contact with Detective Pilar over the years, in the last 5 years. This particular email is actually, appears to be three separate emails in a string from February 12th of 2020. So what's the purpose of this? Yeah, are you trying to admit it? What are you?
I would like to ask him about it.
What's relevant about it?
A lot of things, Your Honor.
What?
Judge, I can't hear her.
Please speak into the mic.
It's relevant to his discussion with Detective Pillar from the October 2nd date until this date on February 12th.
What is relevant about it that is an issue for this jury to decide? That's what relevance means. It's something that this jury would either make something more or less probable for some fact that they need to decide.
It's relevant in the way that this email communicates that the information that was being given to the detectives was directly from Brandon Boudreau.
I know, but what in the content of that email is relevant for this case?
The fact that The last line.
Did I miss something? What's the last line? At the bottom? That's, okay, hold on. Make sure everyone can hear you and the court reporter can hear you.
I would have to ask to see that as well. I don't
So
know what she's
the
talking
last
about.
line was Detective Pilar writes, is it Pilar or Pillar?
Pillar like a pillar in a building. sir.
Pillar, Detective Pillar writes, this information's requested so we can see if Melanie has any financial gain from your death, basically, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that creates motive for Melanie. It seems like I guess it's fair area for him to talk about in general, but it's also a fair area for you to talk to the detective about what areas they investigated. But let me hear the state's response. But as far as that particular email comes in, I mean, I suppose you could ask some questions about it, but let me hear from the state.
Judge, obviously that's one, a conglomeration of emails, so I don't know that that fully covers everything. Two, I guess the defendant has never raised a third-party defense. I'm not sure if she's trying to say that this was all Melanie Boudreau, but that is actually an open investigation that is still ongoing. The state has, obviously in trial, referred to her as an active member of this conspiracy. So I'm not sure if she's trying to admit that or just question him if he was providing information to the police. But the last thing I will, again, just in terms of opening the door, is she's made a big deal about the number of calls and text messages. And as I've indicated, there is still an open investigation against Melanie Boudreau. And so many of that information might relate to that case, or it might also relate to the Tammy Daybell case because there was information about that, as well as the Charles Vallow case. So to infer that all of those conversations related solely to this defendant, this incident, October 2nd, is probably a little disingenuous.
Were you intending to enter that as an exhibit or just ask, were you asked to provide information that Melanie might have a motive?
I would like to admit it, and I would like to question him on it as well, yes.
What is the bait page on
It's
that?
Bates 5465.
I don't know that there's anything in it that's particularly misleading or anything like that to the jury. I don't know how relevant it is, but I think to the extent that there may have been some questions about Melanie's participation and whether or not she had a motive are relevant. What's the state's response, I guess? I know she didn't notice third-party defense.
I guess I'm asking now, is she doing that? Obviously, I have a right to know before the trial ends if that's an active defense she's asking for.
I am not, Your Honor. I'm trying to say the connection that I've been accused of with Melanie connects me to Melanie. So that's why I'm trying to establish how am I connected to this. I didn't have a financial gain here. This is the financial gain through Melanie. This is conversations between the detective and Brandon
And
that I
obviously-
want to question him on. I'm not trying to blame Melanie, is my point.
I have
Well,
not alleged a financial gain for the defendant, so I
What was that? I'm sorry.
said I have not alleged a financial gain. I've not alleged much of a motive because we are trying to keep out much of that. So I guess, again, if we're going to start going into motives, then we have prior incidents of the defendant having financial gain in the previous trial that we did here. So if we want to go into the whole overarching financial scheme and cult activities, then we can do that. But again, the state had decided not to bring in any of that. If we're going to do that, then obviously we'll change who all of our witnesses are.
All right, let me rather than just make a knee-jerk ruling, I'll think about it. We'll take this up at about 110. So please be ready to go at 110. All right, thank you. All right, here's Exhibit 192. We're on the record. The parties are present, the jury is not present. In relation to Exhibit number 192 that we talked about before break, the defendant may ask the following question. You may want to write this down. In February of 2020, while this case was being investigated, did Detective Pillar ask you to provide any documentation which might support whether Melanie had a financial motive for your murder or death, however you want to phrase that? The state may also ask follow-up questions on whether or not any financial motive existed, such as a life insurance policy. I don't know the answer to that, if she was the beneficiary of a life insurance policy. Additionally, the defendant has opened the door somewhat, and for now, the state may ask in redirect a question along the lines of, all the communication you had with Detective Pillar in the last 5.5 years was not solely about this case, correct? Some of your communications with Detective Pillar were related to a separate investigation, correct? To the extent the door gets opened further than that, I guess depends on where the defendant goes for the rest of her cross. I don't see any reason to actually introduce that Exhibit 192 because it has other information on there as well. So that's the ruling. Are we ready to bring the jury in?
In 1 second.
And just to get ahead of the ball, when Detective Pillar eventually testifies, you would also be allowed to ask if he sought that type of information and why he would seek that type of information. All right, you want to go ahead and get ready at the podium? We'll bring the jury in.
All rise for the jury.
All right, please be seated. The jury is present. You can continue with your cross of this witness.
Mr. Boudreau, in February of 2020, while this case was being investigated, did Detective Pillar ask you to provide any documentation to prove that Melanie, your ex-wife, had a financial gain at your death?
Yes,
And did you provide that information to him?
I believe I did.
How many documents would you say that was?
Can I get some more context around that?
Yes. So Detective Pillar asked you to provide him with some documentation of financial gain from your ex-wife Melanie. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you did provide to him some documentation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so what were those documents?
What did I provide to Detective Pillar about that?
Correct.
I had a life insurance policy. I provided him with that.
What else?
I'm not sure there's anything else I provided him.
Okay, did you provide the rental agreement for Melanie's address?
Are you talking about on that specific day, or?
Ever?
I can't say for certain that I did, but I may have. I believe I had it. I believe I helped her when we were signing that.
Okay. So did you provide your rental agreement with him?
At some point, I believe I gave him my rental agreement for my property at 3875.
And did you provide information showing your financial shared accounts?
If he asked me for that, I would have provided it to him. I can't say for certain which accounts I gave him, but I'm sure if he asked, I would have given him any accounts he needed.
And you gave him the information, the contact information for your financial person at Chase Bank?
I would have, if he asked me for anything pertaining to the case, I would have given it to Detective Pillar so that he could investigate.
Okay. So he could help demonstrate Melanie's financial gain if you were to pass away. Is that correct?
I didn't say that.
No, he asked you for that. Is that correct?
I can't recall him asking me that.
So he asked you for any documentation that would help him demonstrate financial gain for Melanie if you were to have died around October 2nd, 2019.
I can't recall if he asked for that specifically. If you're asking if I can recall whether or not I talked with him about the possibility that she had financial gain, I definitely talked with him about her having financial gain. If you're asking if I can recall the exact wording that he used, I can't tell you that I can confidently sit here and recall the exact wording.
Well, you looked at this exhibit, correct, a minute ago?
You showed me a document.
Would you like to look at it again?
If you're asking if you would like me to look at it, I can look at it.
Okay. It's the last line. Did that refresh your recollection of your email with Detective Pillar?
I definitely read what you shared with me, yes.
And he had asked you to provide documentation to demonstrate Melanie's financial gain in case you were to die on October 2nd, 2019?
He asked me if I could provide any documentation that could have showed that there was financial gain for her if I had died on October 2nd.
And you did provide the information to him, is that correct?
As I said, I can't recall exactly, but I'm sure I did.
And did you provide screenshots to him?
I'm going to object or ask for foundation of what? Screenshots.
Sustained, please lay more foundation.
Okay. Did you provide to Detective Pillar 6 screenshots in response to this email where he asks you for that documentation?
I gave Detective Pillar my phone, so they had literally every conversation I ever had. So I'm sure he would have had access to any conversation I'd had with someone.
Okay, and when was that you turned your phone over?
At the time of the shooting.
So on October 2nd?
Correct.
So in February of 2020, February 12th specifically of 2020, did you provide to Detective Pillar 6 screenshots of messages to him for this purpose of demonstrating Melanie's financial gain?
As I said, I had a lot of conversations with Detective Pillar. So if you're asking for one specific conversation, I can't tell you right now that I recall exactly what I would have given him in February of 2020.
Okay. Would you like to look at this?
If it would help, sure.
Okay.
For the Bates. Sidebar on this.
Okay.
The life insurance policy that you provided to Detective Pillar, was that an active policy?
As of the date that
As
I
of that-
provided to him, or as of the date of my,
As of October 2nd, 2018?
yes,
Okay. And did you provide more than one life policy to him?
no,
To Detective Pillar? Did Melanie have a life insurance policy?
Protection relevance?
Sustain. Well, are you asking if she had an insurance policy separate from this on him?
Correct.
I'll allow it. If he knows.
not that I knew of.
Okay. But in your agreement, did you provide also a copy of your mediation agreement to Detective Pillar?
Yes, I did.
And in that agreement, Melanie was supposed to get a life insurance policy as well on herself as you, the beneficiary?
I'm going to object to relevance at this point.
Sustain.
Who was the beneficiary on the policy that you provided to Detective Pillar
On what date?
on October 2nd? Who was the beneficiary on October 2nd on your policy?
Melanie Boudreau.
And did you change that beneficiary?
I could not. It's a whole life policy. It's not changeable without both parties.
And do you remember when you provided that to Detective Pillar?
I can't recall.
Did you provide any other financial information to Detective Pillar in regards to his email asking you for documentation?
Can you ask that question again?
Yes. Is there any other financial documentation that you provided to Detective Pillar after he requested it in the email to you?
Are you speaking like on that specific date or at
Anytime
any point in
after.
the future?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to extrinsic.
Sustain.
Brandon, did you meet with the prosecutor in preparation for this testimony?
Yes.
When was that?
I can't say which specific day, but I met a few weeks ago, 2 different times.
2 times?
Yes.
How long each time would you say? Or how long was the first time?
A couple hours.
And how long was the second time?
A couple hours.
Did you review documents at that time
Yes.
to refresh your recollection of things?
To the best I could, yes.
Did you view any of the financial documents that you provided to police during those interviews?
I did not.
What documents did you review in preparation for your testimony here today?
The ones that I can recall would be my 911 call and the conversation I had with Detective Pillar.
So your interview with Detective Pillar?
Yes, the one that I had with him in the car.
Okay. But not all of your conversations with Detective Pillar ever, right?
I don't even know how I would do that.
Okay. You had mentioned in your testimony yesterday that the Tesla has a camera on it. Is that correct?
I don't know if I mentioned it in my testimony yesterday, but the Tesla does have a camera on it, correct?
on the front or the back, or how does that work?
They have cameras on the front and the back and on the sides.
And so it goes like, oh, sorry, so like a 360-degree view?
Depending on the Tesla, there's different cameras that they have, yes.
And were any of those retrieved, to your knowledge, from the Tesla, the cameras?
The model that I had was not one where it saved the recordings.
So it doesn't save any recordings at all?
It did not.
Okay. When you talk about where the Jeep Wrangler was located on October 2nd, you said it was nose to nose with the white van, is that correct?
Correct.
How close was that nose to nose, would you say?
To me, that means that they were basically touching.
Okay. And then you had stated that you kept going straight, is that correct, after the shot?
Correct.
And then the Jeep passed you, is that correct? At some point?
I stated that I went straight. I went around the corner and I parked, and then the Jeep followed the path that I did and went past me, went around the corner and then went down the other lane. Without looking at a map, I can't tell you what the name of that street was.
Okay. And so when it passed you, did you look over at the Jeep?
I saw the Jeep in my rearview mirror initially, and then I looked over to the right as it drove off down the road.
And did you see the driver of the Jeep?
I could not identify the driver.
And you have seen Alex Cox before, correct?
I couldn't see anyone.
But you have seen Alex Cox before, correct?
Yes,
And you have been with him on many occasions. Do you know what he looks like? Is that correct?
correct.
And so you would recognize him if you had seen him. Is that correct?
If I had seen him, I would recognize him.
So when you were looking, you said you first saw him in your rearview mirror. You saw the Jeep coming up towards you when you were pulled over. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you didn't see the driver at that time either in your rearview mirror?
That is correct.
Okay. You couldn't tell who was driving?
That is correct.
Not if it was a man or a woman?
That is correct.
Okay. So you didn't see the driver at all?
That is correct.
And then you didn't see the plate number either as well, is that correct?
I did not give them the plate number, no.
And you had your phone in your hand, or you did not?
Can you give me some more context? When are you speaking of?
When the Jeep passed you, did you have your phone in your hand?
My phone was connected to my speakers, so
Oh.
I was talking over the speakers, but I believe the phone was in my hand.
And like you didn't take a picture of the Jeep as it passed or the license plate or anything?
I did not.
Did you yourself personally take pictures of the Tesla after the incident?
Can you give me some context of when?
Anytime after the alleged shooting?
I sold the car, so I took a lot of pictures of it before I sold it. So, yes, I did.
Did you take pictures of it immediately after?
Can you give me a definition of like when immediately is?
Like, did you take pictures of it showing the window missing?
At some point, I took a picture of my car. I can't tell you when specifically, with it missing a window.
And did you take pictures of the bullet hole?
At some point, I may have. I don't think I did though.
Did you send those pictures to anyone?
I may have. I don't remember.
Did you send those pictures to your dad?
If I took a picture of my car, I may have sent a picture to my dad. It's not something that I recall off the top of my head.
Did you send pictures to the two friends that were there with you?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
How long was it before you sold your Tesla after October 2nd?
I couldn't say. I gave it to the police. They had it for a while to run tests and do whatever they needed to do. Then when it was returned, I took it to a dealership to get it repaired. And after that, at some point, it was sold.
So did they repair it? They were able to repair everything?
They were.
Did they have to replace the whole door?
I don't know what all they had to do. I just paid for it after it was done.
So the police did not ask you to turn the car over to them, is that correct?
That is incorrect. I turned it over to them.
When did the police have the car?
As soon as the shooting happened, I gave it to them, and they kept it. I can't remember when they gave it back to me, but they gave it back to me later.
So days or weeks or months, or how long after?
Like I said, I don't know specifically, but I would guess it was a couple weeks if I remember correctly.
Okay. So if that happened on October 2nd, then you had it back maybe before the end of October?
I did have it back before the end of October, I believe.
Okay. And was it the same as when they took it? Was it intact the same way, the window missing and the bullet hole?
I mean, I can't say if I would believe that whatever tests they did were not intrusive. I don't know if they did anything, but as far as the car being the same, it looked the same to me.
Okay. And then you sent it to get repaired after you got it back.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And then how long did it take them to repair that car?
I can't recall.
Like weeks or days?
Like I said, I can't recall. I can't tell you a definitive time.
Do you have to have a rental car during that time?
I borrowed a friend's car.
Okay. At what point did you decide that the Jeep was gray and not puke green or camo green?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Did you provide information to the Gilbert Police Department that it was a gray Jeep?
I believe I referred to it as several different colors throughout conversations I had with law enforcement.
Okay. And where did you get your information from the VIN number that it was actually a gray Jeep?
I did not.
Where did you get the information that it was a gray Jeep?
Later at some point, I decided I thought maybe it was gray.
Later at what point?
I can't say for certain.
A month later?
To
2
me,
days
to me,
later?
puke green and gray are very similar in color. I identify both of them very similarly.
But when did you change your mind from puke green or olive green to gray?
Like I said, I didn't say that I changed my mind.
So in all the reports, they say a gray Jeep. No one ever says a green Jeep. So that information did not come from you?
I can't say what the reports say. I can only share what I can testify to, which is that to me those colors are very similar or the same.
So with you having access to the VIN number of a particular Jeep, would it give you the color of the car?
I never looked at it, so I can't tell you.
You never looked up that VIN number?
I never looked to see if it gave me a color.
Do you know if that's a thing that you can look up the VIN number and see the make and model and color of a car?
I can't testify to the ability to look that up. That's not something I'm an expert in.
And you've never done that?
Tried to look up a car color by the VIN number?
No, that you've never looked up that specific VIN number to that Jeep. Is that what you're testifying to today?
Can you give me some context?
Yes. So after October 2nd, did you ever look up the VIN number that you had access to of the Jeep Wrangler that was in my household?
I don't think I did. I don't have a recollection of it.
So did you just provide the VIN number to Detective Pillar?
Yes.
And when did you provide the VIN number of my vehicle to Detective Pillar?
I think on October 2nd. I'm not certain, but I think that's when I gave to him.
So on this day, on October 2nd, you provided that VIN number to the detective?
I think at some point, if I recall correctly, I remembered that I had it, so I got it and sent it to him just to make sure that he had it.
So at that point, even though you thought it was a puke green or olive Jeep, he would have access to the information that it was actually a gray Jeep that was in my family household. Is that correct?
I can't testify what he had access to.
But you provided him with that information that very day?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Brandon, did you know of Alex being an avid shooter?
I knew that Alex liked to shoot guns.
Did you know that Alex liked to frequent the shooting range?
I didn't talk to Alex a lot about that, so I can't testify whether he liked to or not liked to.
But you knew through the family that he did go to the range a lot?
I mean, I can't testify. Like I said, I can't testify to whether or not I knew that he liked to go to the gun range.
Did you ever go to the gun range where he was there?
I did not.
Did you ever go to the gun range in anyone in my immediate family with them?
Can you define your immediate family?
Well, my brothers, sisters.
I don't recall going to the gun range with your brothers or sisters.
Did you ever go to the gun range?
Object to relevance.
Why is it relevant if he went to the gun range?
Do you own a gun, Mr. Boudreau?
I guess it's sustained.
To relevance.
Overruled, he can answer.
I do own guns now, yes.
Did you own a gun on October 2nd?
I did not own a gun on October 2nd.
You did not have any kind of gun in your possession on October 2nd?
I did not.
Did Melanie own a gun?
She did.
It was registered to Melanie, not to you?
She bought it, correct.
When you say that you provided the VIN number to Detective Pillar, was that later in the day after the police had already left, or was it while he was still at the scene?
I believe it was after he left, but I'm not certain.
So how would you have gotten him that information?
Would have probably been through one of my friend's phones because he took my phone when he left.
So would it have been an email or a text message?
I believe it was a phone call,
A phone call.
but I'm not certain, like I said.
And at that time, you had handed over your phone to Detective Pillar?
Yes.
When did you get your phone back?
It was late that night. I believe he had to give it to somebody who, I'm not a police officer, so I'm going to probably say this wrong, but they had to copy everything off of it, and it takes however long it takes. And so I turned it over, and then I just waited until that was done. And apparently I had a lot of stuff on that phone, so it took a long time.
A long time, meaning a day, 2 days, 6 days?
I believe he's already testified that night.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, I missed that. You had it back that night.
I actually, as I think about it, it may have even been in the morning that I went back and picked it up.
Okay.
I'm not certain, though. It was either that late that night or it might have been in that morning because I think I didn't have my phone that night.
Okay. Did you go buy another phone in the meantime?
No,
You just waited for it to be returned to you?
Yeah, it seemed like the most logical thing to do.
Did Melanie provide information to you that she was going to be out of town that weekend before October 2nd?
She did.
And was that the first time that you, that weekend of October 2nd, or those weekdays, I guess it was weekdays at that point, is that the first time that you activated the mediation agreement where the children were with you at the new house?
We were following our mediated agreement throughout the summer. However, that was the first time that I had a space where we both felt like the kids could move freely and be kids. So it was the first time that they got to come and spend time and enjoy it. They previously had stayed at my house, but I had to be very careful. It's an expensive house, and it had to be show ready. Someone could come at any time.
So what day was it that the kids started being with you on your visitation that before October 2nd? Was it the 1st and the 2nd, something?
No, it would have happened the day that she left, I believe. I mean, I haven't reviewed this, and it's been a long time, so I believe it would have been like a Thursday or Friday that I got the kids, and I had them over the weekend, and then until I did the drop-off on October 2nd.
And what day of the week was October 2nd? Not sure I know. Do you remember?
I believe it would have been a Wednesday based off of our parenting schedule.
Okay. So on Wednesday's the day that you would have turned the kids over, they'd have gone to school and Melanie would have picked them up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that morning, had you talked to Melanie in the morning before school at all?
She and I only communicated through text.
Did you communicate with her through text that morning before school?
I texted her to let her know that I was dropping the kids off.
And then you had to have some kind of text messaging to let her know you were there to drop off Breeze, right?
Correct.
And you met at the park for that, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you went straight to the gym after dropping off Blake, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's about how far from Melanie's house to the EOS gym?
5 or 10 minute drive.
And then how far is that to your residence from the EOS gym?
5 or 10 minute drive.
So when you were driving down your street, when you turned onto your street, did you see anyone else out in the neighborhood?
I did not.
No one out walking or anything that you noticed?
Not that I noticed.
And when you drove away over by the pool area, was there anyone out in that location?
Not that I noticed.
How many cars would you say were parked on your street, on the Phelps Street, that morning?
There were 2 that I noticed. I couldn't tell you how many other cars were parked on the street.
But it's kind of a crowded street, so people do park on the street there that live in that neighborhood. Is that correct?
I have never testified to that. I can't recall.
And you had lived into this same neighborhood previously, is that correct?
Not this portion of the neighborhood, no.
Well, one neighborhood over on the same street, right?
I did live on a previously I did live on the neighborhood over on the same street.
Right. So you're familiar with that neighborhood anyway, even though you only lived at this house for a short time, is that correct?
I would not agree with that. This is a different section I didn't go to.
Because there's no availability to go from that neighborhood to that neighborhood, even though it's the same street, is that correct?
You can't drive. It's not connected in driving.
Correct. But literally, that house to that house is only like 10 houses away, really.
Can you give me context? Which houses are you talking about?
I'm just saying, your rental house from the house you owned earlier on Phelps Street is really only about 10 houses away, even though there's a divider and no access to drive straight over.
Yeah, I've never counted how many houses, but it is a short distance between those two houses.
And you guys lived in that house for a long time before you moved, right? A few years.
Sustained.
Brandon, when you were providing all of this information to Detective Pillar in regards to your relationship with Melanie, were you trying to have him charge Melanie with your murder?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
I'm going to start by talking to you about June 25th, okay? Why did that date stick in your mind?
It was a painful date.
If you can get closer to you, Mike.
It was a
please.
painful date.
Why was it a painful day? Why did that stick in your mind?
My grandfather was someone who was really important to me, and I was dealing with, sudden loss is traumatic. So I was dealing with that, and my family is the most important thing in this world to me, and so the dissolving of my family was probably one of the most painful things that I've gone through as a person, and that date is the start of the dissolving of my family.
Okay. So when you are talking with Melanie, was the focus of that argument about your marriage?
Yes.
And during that argument, did you and Melanie discuss issues within your marriage?
Yes.
And during that, did Melanie bring up reasons why the marriage was over?
Yes.
Did any of those reasons involve things that Melanie claimed you did to her aunt, Lori Vallow?
Yes.
So one of the reasons why the marriage was going to end was because of this defendant, Lori Vallow, things that she said you had done to her.
Yes.
Did that include the idea that you had hacked into Lori Vallow's computer?
Yes.
So that's something that Melanie was bringing up to you during this argument about the end of your marriage.
Yes.
Did the issue of you helping Charles Vallow try to take away Lori's temple recommend also come up?
Yes.
So again, your marriage and reasons why it's ending tied to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Is that why you sent those text messages to Lori about the temple recommend, that you had nothing to do with trying to take that away?
Yes.
You told her that was a lie.
Yeah.
During that argument, ultimately, did Melanie say that she just wanted to end the marriage?
Yes.
prior to June 25th, did you think that you were about to get divorced?
No, I had no, there was no thought in my mind that that was going to be an outcome.
And then all of a sudden on June 25th, you start hearing about things that you've done to Lori Vallow that is why your marriage should end.
Yes.
Was it your belief, based upon your conversations with Melanie and with Charles Vallow, that Lori Vallow was involved in causing your divorce?
Yes.
And I talked to you about your interview with Detective Pillar on October 2nd of 2019, okay? Have you tried to memorize your transcript?
No, we talked for a while, so it would be a lot to try to memorize. No.
When we met, you listened to it again.
Yes, that was the first time I had heard it.
You have been asked by the defendant to read various parts of your transcript. Are you having difficulty recalling what happened to you that day with the Jeep?
No.
Were you trying to verify the specific words that you were telling Detective Pillar during that interview?
Yeah, I think it's important for me to be honest and be thorough, so I wanted to make sure that I was thorough in what I was responding.
Can you tell us from your own memory what the Jeep looked like?
Yes.
What did it look like?
Like I described it that day, a puke green or a gray Jeep with no tire on the back, with a Texas plate.
Did you tell him that it was a Jeep Wrangler?
I did, yes.
How many doors did it have?
2-door.
That what you recall?
That's everything that I recall.
Is that what it was?
I believe that's what it is, yes.
And when you talk to us about what you saw happen, is that because you listened to an interview or your own independent memory of what happened?
Those are my memories.
So whether or not you used X word or Y word, do you remember that the back of the Jeep window lifted up and a rifle barrel came out and pointed at you and shot your car?
Yes, I'm certain that's what happened.
There were some questions about kids. You were given some portion of a transcript. At one point, are you talking to Detective Pillar about calling 911?
Yes, I was explaining the dispatcher.
When you were talking to the 911 operator, do you mention to her that you think maybe someone was using a paintball gun?
Yes, I did.
When your car was hit and a bullet didn't go through the window, were you trying to figure out how that was possible?
Yes.
Did you later realize that it wasn't a paintball gun that hit your car?
Yeah, as I stated, I was certain once I saw the bullet hole in my car that the same reason I called 911 originally, that someone had shot at me, and it was definitely a gun, and it was definitely, they were trying to kill me.
So why did you call 911?
Because I believe in following the law.
Did you think that you'd been shot?
Yes, and I wanted protection. I wanted to feel safe.
Okay. When you saw that bullet hole in your car and no paint on your car, what went through your head?
I think, like I said, it's a really scary thought because up until then, I think you want to feel safe. And so I was trying, my window was broken, but I didn't see a bullet hole. And I was trying to think of something to make myself feel maybe safer. And when I saw that, I knew that there was no other option than that someone just shot at me and they were meaning to kill me. There's no other logical explanation for why that would have happened.
When you were driving back to your house and from the pool area, you told us that you saw the Jeep going up Cole sort of in your direction initially, correct?
Correct.
And then you saw the Jeep turn right onto Waite?
Correct.
And you could see across that field, and then you saw it turn south onto Fisher?
Correct.
So you were asked about why would you return home? Did you actually see the Jeep sort of leave?
Yes, and that's why I turned around.
Did you in fact follow that same direction so you could see if the Jeep was still on Fisher?
Yes,
Did you see it on Fisher?
I did not.
When you turned onto Phelps, did you look down the street and see if you saw the Jeep?
I did not see it on Phelps.
So by then you knew the only other way it could go would be now into Fairview?
Correct. And I believe I told the person on dispatch that I had believed he went out onto Pecos.
And that's because that's the only way you can go from there, right?
Correct. I just wanted them to know there was only 2 exits.
When you got back into your driveway, you were still on with 911, right? We heard that.
I was, yes.
Were you thinking about, oh no, if the door opens, the glass might fall out?
No, I wasn't thinking about that.
Were you trying to talk with the 911 operator and keep yourself under control?
Yeah, I was trying to make sure that I gave them all the information they needed.
Were you trying to watch and document how the glass might have fallen out of the window when the door opened?
No, I actually was surprised when it fell because it wasn't something I was expecting.
Same thing when you were up by the pool. Were you thinking rational enough as you're talking on the phone with the 911 operator about someone just shooting at you to think, oh, I should make sure that I take a photo of this Jeep?
No, if you recall, I was a little out of breath, and I was very nervous. That's a nerve-wracking experience.
Is that when we heard you actually almost like panting like you had been running?
Yeah, yes.
And do you wish you'd seen the driver?
Of course, I wish that my Tesla camera worked. I wish a lot of things.
But you didn't.
I did not.
You were asked a lot about this VIN for vehicles. When you are given a VIN number, does that mean you get to see the car? Does that have anything to do with a visual of the vehicle?
No, it's just a number that identifies cars.
So in your use of a VIN number to look up car insurance, did you care the color or the accessories on a vehicle?
I mean, an insurance company might, but I mean, you have to think they had multiple cars. I had to take all those VIN numbers, put them in, and then you go run it through a software, and it tells you who's going to give them the best price. So I wouldn't have been paying much attention to any of those details. I can't even recall what any of them were on the cars.
So you're just putting in the VIN numbers to see who might pop up the best insurance rate.
Yes.
You were asked a lot about communications with Detective Pillar. Did you know him before this?
No, I met him that day.
Was he the assigned case agent for your case?
Yes, he was.
So that's the person you were supposed to communicate with about your case?
Yes.
You were asked about having a large amount of text messages or phone calls or emails with Detective Pillar over the last 5+ years. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that all of those communications that you have had with Detective Pillar over the last 5+ years were not just about this case?
That is correct.
Would it be fair to say that some of those communications that you have had with Detective Pillar over the last 5+ years were in relation to a completely separate investigation?
That is correct.
On October 2nd of 2019, did you tell Detective Pillar that you believed Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were involved or responsible for this shooting?
Yes, I did.
So this is before you had access to VIN numbers or anything else.
That's correct.
While you are still sitting there being told by the police not to leave, Detective Pillar comes over and takes you away from sitting under the shade, brings you to his car, and interviews you.
Yes.
And you tell him that.
Yes.
So even if Melanie had some financial gain in if you had died, did that change your opinion at all that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were involved in this shooting of you on October 2nd of 2019?
No.
I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? All right, seeing none, you can step down, sir. Thank you. I'm going to call your next witness. All right, sir, come on up and be sworn in right here.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Nathan Duncan, Nathan.
Thank you. Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Walk around the court quarter up.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Duncan. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
And I want to talk to you about an incident that occurred in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019 involving Lori Vallow and Alexander Cox, okay? At that date, did you go to Lori Vallow's residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Drive in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
I did.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
She's seated at the defense table, blonde hair and a gray sport jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Good job.
While you were at that residence, were photographs taken of the vehicles?
Yes, they were.
Was there a 2018 Jeep Wrangler located in the garage of Lori Vallow's residence?
Yes, there was.
Showing the defendant exhibits 81 through 89. Do you recognize those as photographs of that Jeep Wrangler from Lori Vallo's residence in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019?
I do.
State will move to admit 81 through 89.
We do have an objection. Could we have a sidebar on that, Your Honor?
Okay.
So the state will move to admit 81 through 89.
Without waiving any objection by the defendant, those exhibits are admitted.
So Detective, were photographs taken of the vehicles at this residence on July 11th of 2019?
Yes, they were.
And inside the garage itself, did the Chandler Police photograph a Jeep Wrangler?
We did.
I'm going to put, so Exhibit 81 and 80, are we seeing sort of the side, and then 82, the front of that Jeep?
Yes.
When we get to 83, so let me pull it back a little more. And then a close-up, is that the license plate that was on the Jeep at Lori Vallo's house on July 11th with a Texas plate of LWD 0997?
Yes, it is.
And 85 as well, and it's not shown as well. Can I have my paralegal just take one of these up there?
Yes.
85. Looking at the photos without the glare of the Elmo, were you able to kind of see into the vehicle through the tint?
You can slightly see into that, yes.
Okay. And so, for instance, you could see shapes like the seats and things like that through the tint?
Correct.
Okay. I'll take that back. Thank you. I know it doesn't show as well when we're looking at it on the Elmo with the glare, but even in Exhibit 86, we can see, for instance, the seat back through that rear window, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Also, on the front of that vehicle, of the Jeep, was there a sticker right in the corner?
There was, yes.
Okay. And again, when we look at 88, you're able to see through the Jeep into the back?
You can see through the Jeep towards the back of the garage there, yes.
Okay. And then that's the side of the, and let me pull out, of the Jeep in Exhibit 89.
Correct.
Now, when you were at the residence on July 11th, was Alexander Cox also present?
He was.
And did he have a vehicle at that residence when you were there on July 11th?
He did. He had a Ford pickup truck.
And was that a 2017 Ford F-150?
Yes.
And you previously had looked at those photos, Exhibits 90 through 92. The state will move to admit those.
They're admitted without waiving objection.
Was Alexander Cox's truck located in the driveway of the residence?
Yes, it was.
And is this what we see here in Exhibit 90?
It is.
Exhibit 91, is that sort of show the side of the vehicle?
The passenger side, yes.
And then a further away in Exhibit 92?
Yeah, from a front view of the passenger side.
Did you, in being at that residence on July 11th, note that the Ford F-150 had an Arizona license plate, personalized one of CPQUINT?
That is correct.
At that time, did you learn Alex Cox's cell phone number was 480-351-9120?
Yes, I did.
And did you learn that Lori Vallow had a cell phone number of 808-755-5452?
Correct.
And did you later learn that Lori Vallow had another cell phone number of 480-692-9562?
Yes.
Did you ever obtain a search warrant for an iCloud account that was associated to Lori Vallow for loriforstyle@icloud.com?
I did.
Can you tell us how you were able to determine that that was associated to Lori Vallow?
So first and foremost, the phone number that is associated with the subscriber was a phone number linked to the defendant. In examining the content of that iCloud, I was able to locate photographs, videos, text messages, and emails, all linking the defendant to that iCloud.
What is an iCloud account?
So basically, an iCloud account, to put it simply, is a cloud account for Apple users. So anybody who's using an Apple device has the ability to store or back up data from their device to the cloud.
So when you obtained those iCloud records, did you get an affidavit authenticating those from Apple?
I did.
Show defendant, exhibits 184, 85, and 86. Did you review and look through all of those iCloud records?
Yes, I did.
In those records, did you see messages, text messages, or sometimes referred to as SMS messages, between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you ever see any mention of, between those text messages, Lori Vallow providing her brother Alex Cox with an email or Gmail account address?
Yes, I did.
And if I can have my paralegal approach with 184 and 185. Is 184 the affidavit that was provided as part of that search warrant that you obtained for the Lori for Style at iCloud?
Yes, it is.
And is 185 the text messages that you just spoke about relating to the conversation between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, where the email address is requested?
Yes, and that context or that communication is through phone.
Through phone?
Yeah.
State will move to admit Exhibit 184 and 185.
Just object to relevance, Your Honor.
184, 185 are admitted.
So on 185 here, is this sort of a report that's created to pull out these specific messages between the phone for Lori Vallow and Alex Cox?
Yes, that's correct.
Do we see on here that the source is the Lori for Style at iCloud account?
Yes.
Is this time and date for when this occurred?
Yes, so the time you see there is 3/10/2019 at 7:58:50 p.m. And the UTC -7 means that it has been adjusted to Arizona time.
Okay. And so on this one, we see that this is from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Correct.
And that's one of the phone numbers that you previously testified to that you learned belonged to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And that was one of the phone numbers that was in this iCloud account as being hers?
Yes.
So in this, do we see Alex Cox then requesting from Lori Vallow, hey, Lo, what's your new address?
You do?
And then does he, a little bit later, I guess, clarify email address?
Yes.
And then in the third line, do we see now from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox on March 10th of 2019 at 8:07 p.m., where she gives a lolly time forever at gmail.com?
Correct.
When you were reviewing that iCloud account, you told us that a lot of different data is saved there. When someone has a cell phone and is having text messages coming in and out, or you're sending them out, are those some of the things that can be saved in an iCloud account?
Yes, they can.
In this case, did you recall seeing text messages between or from Brandon Boudreau to Lori Vallow in her iCloud account?
I did.
Did those records reflect whether or not those messages were read or not?
They do, yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 186. Do you recognize those as text messages from Brandon Boudreau to Lori Vallow on June 25th of 2019?
I do.
And do they reflect that Lori Vallow read those?
It does show a red date on there, yes.
State will move to admit 186.
Foundation objection, Your Honor.
What foundation's lagging?
The fact that, I don't know, foundation objection.
It's admitted.
If I may publish. So when we are looking at this, is this another sort of report made where you can pull out specific messages that are part of the hundreds or thousands of text messages that might have been saved in that iCloud account?
Yes, it is.
So again, as we're looking at this, this is Lori Vallow's iCloud account, where we see it's to her, correct?
Correct.
And again, we see the Lori for Style at iCloud.
Yes.
And so the date of June 25th of 2019 at 6:46 p.m.
Correct.
And we see here a message. Can you tell us what that message was?
This is the content of the message. It was Brandon sending Lori a message also indicating that he had sent the same message to Charles as well about being accused of having or being involved in taking her temple recommend from her.
And does this show that Lori Vallow read that on June 25th at 8:19:57 p.m.?
It does.
Did you see additional messages from Brandon Boudreau as the evening wore on to Lori Vallow?
Correct.
The next one being at 9:10 p.m.?
Yes.
And does that show that that was read by Lori Vallow at 10:08 p.m.?
Correct.
And then the final message sent by Brandon Boudreau at 9:12 p.m.?
Correct.
And that was read at 10:08?
Yes.
Did you ever see any responses in the iCloud accounts from Lori Vallow back to Brandon Boudreau with regards to this conversation?
I did not, no.
Did you ever learn that Alex Cox had moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
I did.
Did you ever learn that Lori Vallow had moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever obtain a search warrant for an iCloud account, LollyTime at iCloud, that was associated to Lori Vallow?
I did.
How did you associate the LollyTime account to Lori Vallow?
Very similar to the Lori for Style. There was a phone number associated in the subscriber information that was linked to her, as well as looking at the content of the iCloud. There was emails, messages, videos, and pictures that would link that to her.
Was that LollyTime at iCloud account associated to one of Lori's cell phone numbers, the 480-692-9542 number?
Yes.
In that iCloud account, did you see photographs of Lori Vallow and her wedding with Chad Daybell in Hawaii?
I did.
Was that in November of 2019?
Yes, it was.
Like the other iCloud account, did you receive an affidavit authenticating those records?
I did.
As part of the iCloud records, we talked about text messages. Did the iCloud accounts also contain emails that were saved in the LollyTime at iCloud.com account?
There were emails, yes.
Did you note any emails between August 14th and October 1st that indicated that Lori Vallow had moved back to Rexburg, Idaho?
I did.
Did those text messages show her scheduling to see a unit at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
They did.
Did they also show her emailing her payment to Blue Sky Properties Management Company for 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes, I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 187 and 188. This is the end. The last section for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
So 187 was that the affidavit that was sent in relation to the Lolly Time at iCloud account.
Yes, it was.
And 188 is that a report of some of those emails that were saved in that Lolly Time iCloud account relating to that time period and Rexburg, Idaho, and the Blue Sky properties.
Yes, it is.
State will move to admit 187 and 188 into evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, could we have a sidebar? I have a question on that.
Why don't we go
real
ahead and take
quick.
our recess for the jury. We'll recess for approximately 15 minutes, and then we'll take that. All right, please be seated. What was the number again? What was it at 187 and 188?
Yes, 187 and 188.
All right, what was the issue?
I just had a question on foundation. Did Detective Duncan say that he did the extraction? I must have missed that. I don't want to keep making the same objection if he did testify to that he did the extraction himself.
It's not an extraction. iCloud sends the records from
It
Apple.
wasn't an extraction from a phone or a device. It was
The search
a
warrant to
response to a
iCloud.
search warrant subpoena, right?
So they just send over the whole account? And they sent it directly to Detective Duncan? That's what I'm trying to find out. He's the person that got this
All right,
information?
I guess ask some follow-up on how he gets this information when the jury comes back in. And then they'll likely be admitted. All right, everyone take a break.
All rise.
Yes,
And again, we know this is from the Lolly Time iCloud, both here from source as well as we see it over here.
correct.
Now, did you also see emails from a Hilton, a hotel up in the Rexburg area in those iCloud records?
I did.
And so here do we see from August 15th, from the Hampton to the Lolly Time account, a confirmation.
Yes, you do.
And again, so we can see then on the 25th, we now are getting a receipt that was sent to her email from the Hampton Inn and Suites Rexburg.
Correct.
And again, that's sent to the Lolly Time iCloud account.
Yes,
So it appeared to be, when she checked out, the receipt being mailed to her.
correct.
And then again, that same day, sort of another email, again from the Hampton Inn and Suites in Rexburg, sort of thanking her for choosing them.
Sure.
Did you then see on, let me open this up so we can see the date better. August 26th of 2019, again from that Blue Sky Property Management to the Lolly Time to sign your lease for Blue Sky Property Management.
Yes,
It
you do.
has a portal for her to go to.
Yes, you do.
And then again, more on the 26th of August, did you see more sort of the portal account is active for that Blue Sky Management?
Correct.
On October 26th, then at 11:44 a.m., again from that Blue Sky Property Management, do we see an email to the Lolly Time iCloud thanking her for her payment?
It was August 26th.
I'm sorry, August 26th of 2019, thanking her for the payment.
Yes, you do.
And then did you also see another email from, again, the Blue Sky Property Management, this one from October 1st, again to the Lolly Time, again thanking her for the payment?
Correct.
As part of your work as a police officer, were you also responsible for executing a search warrant to obtain phone records for a 515-402-0143?
Yes, I was.
When you were reviewing the Lolly Time at iCloud.com account, did you see text messages between Lori Vallow and that phone number, 515-402-0143?
Yes, I did.
Were those text messages romantic in nature often?
They were.
Did you ever, as a police officer, come into possession of a recording of Chad Daybell using the phone number 515?
Yes, that recording, he actually provided that number as his number.
So, to your understanding, who was the person using the phone number 515-402-0143?
Chad Daybell.
And so then when you executed or you wrote a search warrant to obtain those phone records,
Yes, I did.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 181. Do you recognize those records that we see there from AT&T for the 515-402-0143?
Yes, the affidavit, yes.
So there's an affidavit from AT&T. Does it also contain some printout of the call detail records surrounding the time period of October 1st and 2nd?
Yes, it does.
And does it also contain a thumb drive of all of the records?
Yes, it does.
The state will move to admit 181.
Objection?
Just to the foundation again, if this was an actual phone extraction or this isn't an iCloud extraction, is that correct?
All right, you can cross him if you want to explore that. The exhibit's admitted.
Just to clarify, Detective, these records here in 181, these are phone records, cell site data, call detail records from AT&T relating to that phone number.
Yes, we'd refer to them as call data records. Without having the device in our hand, and just having a phone number, we would author a search warrant to that provider to ask them for what's called call detail records, which includes phone calls, text messages, cell tower data for a specific time.
Now, when we talk about text messages or call records, it doesn't have the recordings of the calls, right?
No, it does not.
And it doesn't have like the text messages, right?
No, it does not.
Just shows that when calls were made, the dates and times,
Correct.
when text messages may have been made, dates and times, as well as like what cell towers may have been used by the phone.
That is correct.
So that's what you're asking for when you issue a search warrant to obtain those cell phone records from AT&T for this number?
Yes.
Thank you. The state has no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross.
Detective Duncan, you said when you write the search warrant for Apple, then they return it through a portal or an email. Is that correct?
There's two ways. I've seen it done multiple ways. All of them are secure. There's sometimes if the files are too big, they'll ask us to send a hard drive to them. They'll put them on the hard drive and then send it back. Other times they'll just send it via email or a link that we'd go to.
Okay. So in this case of the lollytime@icloud.com that you wrote this affidavit for, what way did you get it? Was it the portal or the email?
I believe that one was through an email, yes.
So in one particular email, or is it come in multiple emails, or how does that work?
I don't know for certain on this particular case. It's come in one. It's another followed-up email with a password to get into it, but I'm not 100% certain how this one came over.
Well, it came to you, is that correct?
Yeah, but that was 5+ years ago, so I don't exactly know how it came over.
Okay, so you could look that up and see how many emails you got that were all related to lollytime@icloud.com, right?
I suppose I could reach out to Apple to ask them that question, yes. But I don't have a specific recollection of how many.
Correct. But you have your own email account. You could look that up, right?
I don't know if those emails I don't know if they've been erased after so many years, but I don't know if I'd have access to that right now.
Okay. So, just so I understand, the emails came that contained all of the information from Apple. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you said the Cellbrite reader, will they send another report, which is a Cellbrite reader report. Is that correct?
No. So what happens is Apple sends it in a file. The best explanation is it's somewhat of a proprietary file that they send it to us in. And if I were to open that file, I would not be able to look at anything. So what has to happen is then we take that file and we send it to our computer crimes detectives, and they have access to the Cellbrite reader software. We ask them then to take that data that Apple gave us and put it into the Cellbrite reader, so then I can look at that and review that data.
And then how do you know that all the data ends up in that Cellbrite report?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question. That would be up to the detective that actually downloaded that from the file from Apple into the Cellbrite.
So a detective could just basically pull the information they want and put it on a report from Cellbrite. Is that correct?
I suppose that that could happen, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, but you have no way to verify if that's all the information or not, is what you just explained to me. Is that correct?
True.
So you have no access to, even though it was sent to you on an email, you have no access to open that at all.
Correct. I mean, I can open it, but it would not, I wouldn't be able to understand anything of it. It would just be a whole bunch of random characters and numbers until you put it into the Cellbrite reader.
So why do they send it to you if they could send it directly to the detectives that are going to extract it?
Because I'm the one that authored the search warrant, and so they send that data to the specific person that authored the search warrant.
And then you send it off to the person who's going to make the report?
Correct. I make a request to have it transferred into Cellbrite so I can read it.
And then who was the person that you sent that to that actually made the report for you to look at?
I don't know if I have that person's name on top of my head. I want to say it was Detective Hunsaker, but I'm not sure if he did that one or another one.
And that was for the lolly time, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you have no way of knowing what you're receiving in that report, if that's the full entire iCloud account or
I
not.
would have no reason to believe it isn't.
But you have no way to verify it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So from what you get, you can only take out from what, you can only review what you receive from this other detective. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then as far as not having a phone and having this AT&T record,
Correct.
you get the AT&T record, you put a search warrant for that, is that
Yes.
correct? So you just give them the phone number? And and you find out whatever Verizon or AT&T or whatever.
So we have abilities, we have programs, we can put a number in and see which service provider holds that number.
Okay.
Then we can write the search warrant to that particular service provider. In this case, you would ask for a date range, and you'd ask for certain things such as cell tower locations, SMS data, which is text messaging, phone calls, incoming, outgoing. So there's a laundry list of things you can ask for. And those are called call detail records. That also will include subscriber records as to who owns the phone.
Okay. And what call detail records did you specifically request on your search warrant for this phone number 515-402-4143?
I'd have to refer to the search warrant to know that.
What were you looking for?
Specifically, any kind of calls during this time frame, tried to identify who this particular person is that you were communicating with, and location data, and like I said, to identify this person.
And how can you verify that all of the information that comes from AT&T is all the information from the phone?
Well, I put trust in AT&T that that's what they would send me.
But if you don't have the phone, how do you verify that that information is accurate?
Once again, I base my trust on AT&T that they're sending everything for that particular number that I'm requesting.
So if messages are deleted, text messages are deleted, you would have no way of knowing that if they didn't send you the deleted text messages?
That's a possibility, yes.
Okay. And if things were out of order, you wouldn't have any way of knowing text messages that were out of order as well, would you?
What do you mean by out of order?
Like, when things go up into the cloud and they're designated a number, a text message that you delete goes up into the cloud and they're designated a number. And when you download that iCloud account, those deleted messages get filled in these different numbers, and then you end up with a report that has text messages in the wrong place at the wrong time. They fill in when you download iCloud.
Yeah.
So I wondered if that was similar to the AT&T report that you're receiving. You would have no way of knowing if some of these were taken out of context.
That would be a question more for somebody who handles that type of information. I wouldn't have any information on that.
Okay. So like a cell phone expert?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't qualify yourself as a cell phone expert?
No.
just a person who asked for the search warrants.
Correct.
So in your search warrant that you asked for on this 515 number, you said you can get text messages, call detail records, that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then did you say that the text messages don't come in, just the time and dates of the text messages?
Each carrier is different.
Okay.
There are some carriers that will retain text messages for a certain amount of time. If you do what's called a preservation for a particular number and preserve the information that's coming up with the anticipation of a search warrant at a later date, then that carrier will save those actually specific text messages. However, it's after the fact and they've already erased those, or they've outdone their period of holding those, then they won't be there. Just the fact that a text message or an SMS or what's called an MMS, which is a video or a picture, that it was sent. But the actual content would not be there if it's outside of that period of retention.
Okay. And for AT&T, do you know what that time of retention is?
I don't.
Basically, okay. So you're relying basically on AT&T and whatever information they have currently available when you do the search warrant. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then that comes to you. So in this particular case, how did you receive that information from AT&T directly?
I believe that was via email as well.
Okay. And does that email come in its own report? It doesn't have to be put into Cellbrite, or it does?
That one will come in its own report. There's several. There's a spreadsheet. There's also a PDF file. There's a lot of different files that come with it and how to read it. But we can also take that data and put it into a Cellbrite reader to actually better review that particular data rather than just looking at it through a spreadsheet.
Okay. So did you send that spreadsheet to your same guy so that he could put it into a Cellbrite reader?
I don't remember if I did that or not, no.
Okay. Did you ever look at it on the Cellbrite reader, the report of this number 515-402-4143?
I did not on the Cellbrite reader, no.
So do you remember looking at it and the report that came to you in an email?
Do I remember looking at that report?
Right.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. So you looked at it from the email that came to you directly?
Yes, and we have many ways that we can examine these data sets, if you would. We do use another program I refer to as Nighthawk, where I can just take those records that particular provider gave me and dump it into the system, and it'll read it in a timeline format for me, and then it's kind of it's easier to read, if you would.
And how accurate do you think that organization is? It takes all the data and organizes it, or can it pick and choose?
I've never had any issues with it.
Yeah, but do you compare it to the original once you see the report?
I will. I'll go back and look at the original to make sure it exists, yes.
Okay. And how long of a period of time do you think that you spent personally reviewing the lollytime@icloud.com report from Cellbrite?
I would estimate hundreds of hours.
And how much time would you have spent reviewing this report from AT&T on this 515 number?
Not as much, because there wasn't that much information that came over with it.
And earlier you had testified that there were call detail records, so times and length of calls, is that correct?
For the AT&T?
Correct.
Yes.
But not just the calls, and then the text messages, there was also times, but not actual text messages?
Correct.
So you have no text messages from that entire phone extraction download?
From that particular extraction, I don't. However, you can link those messages and times of when, say that 0143 number texted your lolly time, and your lolly time will retain that content of the message. If that makes sense. So you have the content of the message between you and that number in the lolly time account, but if you reflect that date and time, it'll also show that date and time in the AT&T records.
So did you compare that lolly time account with this 515 number
Yes.
side by side so you could see what the text messages were saying?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then on your Did you make a report about this yourself?
On which one?
Do you make a report regularly on, say, you spent hundreds of hours reviewing this, so did you make a report specifically on Lolly Time account?
I have a very lengthy report that I wrote, yes, regarding my interpretation of that data, yes.
And did you make a report on this other assessment that you made on the 515 number?
Correct.
And it's probably not as lengthy.
Well, it's all incorporated into one report,
Oh, it's all in one report?
yes.
Are there other numbers that are on that report or other iCloud accounts?
Yes, there are.
How many?
I believe there might be 2 additional iCloud accounts or 1 additional iCloud account.
And so your report would just incorporate all of those together? Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. And about when did you make that report? Do you remember it all?
I do not.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect?
So detective, when you write a search warrant, you provide that to a judge, right?
Correct.
You have to provide a probable cause statement,
Yes.
and basically the court then orders someone like AT&T or Apple to provide the data you're requesting based upon that probable cause.
Correct.
And then depending on the size of the data being stored by the agency, you receive it in different ways.
Correct.
For something like AT&T, a phone record, does AT&T keep things like when calls are made and when calls are received in the normal course of their business?
Yes, they do.
Is that why you're able to write a search warrant to obtain those records?
Yes, it is.
So this is just something that all cell phone companies do?
Yes.
And do they all keep things like cell tower data? What cell towers you're using when you're making those phone calls?
Yes, they do.
And when people send or receive text messages or MMS messages?
Correct.
So you're basically, you know what these cell phone companies do, and then you write a search warrant for it?
Correct.
You were asked about Cellbrite. Is that sort of a software that is used to help organize data that is sent pursuant to these search warrants by someone, we'll say Apple?
Yes, it is.
Is Cellbrite a software used by police departments across the country,
It is.
as well as other law enforcement and other agencies?
Yes.
When you are talking about forensic detectives using Cellbrite for these iCloud or Apple Clouds or other digital media, is this something that forensic detectives do hundreds of times, thousands of times a year?
Yes, it is.
Do those forensic detectives know anything about the case?
I prefer they don't know anything about it, and that they just simply make basically it's like a translation of the data and not review anything, and just take it from the format that it is given to me to the Cellbrite so I can review it.
Do they do any type of analysis of that data?
No, they do not.
So they would have no way to know what might be relevant or not relevant to allegedly, I guess, secret away some things and not provide that to you?
Correct.
So they just get this data, they use a very standard software and put it into a format that allows you more ease to read it?
Correct. I will also give them a copy of the search warrant. There's nothing about the report in there or the case being investigated. But what it'll have is things that the judge allowed pursuant to that search warrant. So say if the judge did not allow or it didn't include information about a calendar, then I shouldn't get that information. And so the detective that does that will then review that and carve out or exclude items that I should not have to be able to see.
So in this case, what we've talked about so far are two different iCloud accounts, the Lori for Style at iCloud account,
Yes,
and then the Lolly Time at iCloud account.
correct.
And you spent hundreds of hours, you said, on at least one of them?
Correct.
How much time did you spend on the other one?
Probably hundreds of hours.
So would it be fair to say there was a really lot of data that was sent to you by Apple for each of those search warrants?
Yes, there was.
Thousands and thousands of pages?
Correct.
And you went through all of that to locate information that was relevant?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Are there any questions from any member of the jury? All right, I don't see any. You can step down, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Did you intend to admit 187?
Oh, yes, sorry. I
You
thought
didn't move to.
the state will move to admit 187, which is the affidavit, actually.
Any objection?
No objection.
187 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, sir, come on up here. You're going to come right in front of my clerk, and she'll swear you in.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Thomas Olzak, last name spelled O-L-S, as in Sam, Z as in zebra, E-K.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Welcome around the court reporter of the night.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Tom Olzak. I'm a retired state trooper with the Arizona Department of Public Safety.
How long did you work for the Department of Public Safety?
24 years.
What are you currently doing?
I currently work for the United States Secret Service at the Phoenix office as a network intrusion forensic analyst.
What did you do when you worked for DPS?
My DPS career started in 1999 when I graduated from the academy. I was assigned to the Highway Patrol Division in the Phoenix metro area. My day-to-day activities were traffic enforcement, collision investigation, calls for service, DUI detection. And at 2010, I became a detective, worked for a warrant squad for 3 years where we would work with the adult probation, several other detectives, the federal warrant service that we would go out and serve warrants on individuals that were arrest warrants and arrest them and bring them in. In 2013, I was transferred to the Criminal Investigations Division at DPS, and I was assigned to the Digital Forensic Unit located at the ACTIC, Arizona Counterterrorism Information Center in Phoenix. And there, my responsibilities were to assist other federal, state, local, and tribal agencies with service of search warrants and to identify possible digital evidence on scene, and if it had to be processed. If not, it would be submitted to the crime lab and then to the digital forensic unit, and I would perform forensic exams on those.
So in November of 2019, What were you doing? Were you still with DPS?
Yes,
And were you still working in the area of digital forensics?
I was.
Can you tell us what an infotainment system is?
Infotainment is the central digital system combining of entertainment and information.
Where do we find one of those?
We'd find that in a vehicle, more of the newer vehicles. It pretty much came out in 1986. So it's pretty much the console that's in between the driver's seat and the passenger side seat, and it has a display on it, and it's a high-fidelity display that you can get navigation, you can get applications. You can also connect your cell phone to that via Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, or USB cable.
Do all vehicles have infotainment systems?
Not all vehicles do.
Do all the infotainment systems contain the same level of data?
They do not.
When you are asked, let me ask this, are you asked at times to aid agencies to determine whether or not a vehicle might have a infotainment system with data that could be recovered?
I am.
In November of 2019, did the Gilbert Police Department reach out to you to talk to you about trying to remove an infotainment system from a 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, they did.
What kind of information do you ask for to be able to decide if you can obtain anything from that?
Well, we use a software made by a company called Burla. The software is called IVE, and with that software, it can detect, acquire, and analyze an infotainment system. Within that software, they have an application that you can scan either the VIN or enter the VIN into that application to see if that vehicle is supported through that Burla system.
So you need the VIN number for a vehicle, and does that tell you everything you need to know that you'll be able to obtain data from that?
No,
vehicle?
you need also the trim package.
What is a trim package?
Trim package is features on the vehicle that would make it more of a newer vehicle or a better vehicle. So you might have a trim package of XL, Sport, Touring, EX. So you have cloth seats, and you're going to have a trim package, same model of vehicle, but now you have a trim package with just cloth seats and one with leather seats and more upgrades.
So the better the car, the better the infotainment system?
Most likely.
Before, when you were advised of this 2018 Jeep Wrangler, were you able to determine with the VIN number whether or not the infotainment system would be able to be, I guess, accessed?
I was.
And what did you believe in terms of whether you could obtain data from that infotainment system based upon the VIN?
The VIN number, according to IV software, showed that it was supported.
Okay. Did you then go with Detective Ryan Pillar to Rexburg, Idaho on November 19th to look at a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with license plate LWD0997?
Yes.
When you went there and you saw that vehicle, were you able to determine if you were going to be able to use Burla to access that?
Yes, once I was able to get inside the vehicle, I looked at the head stack, and that's actually what we would call the infotainment system, the screen and the buttons, the knobs around it. That would be the head stack. With Burla IV, they have different head stacks for different model of vehicles, for the same model of vehicle. So I need to determine that view of that head stack, and I was unable to because I wasn't able to get into that vehicle before I traveled there.
All right, so sometimes before you travel there, you'll have someone send you a picture or be able to let you see what that looks like to see if you will be able to use Burla on it.
Yes.
In this case, you weren't able to have anyone get inside it until you went up there on the November 18th of 2019.
Correct.
So when you go there and you see that, did you realize there might be a problem?
Yes.
What did you?
I saw that head stack was not one of the ones that was shown on the website,
Okay.
on the actual software.
Did you end up actually calling Burla to find out if you might still be able to access this?
I did.
And what did you determine?
Berla had told me that their customer support told me that that was a lower end model, that it wouldn't be supported. But I could possibly do a chip off to obtain some data.
And so when we're talking data, we're still looking at potentially call logs or connections to that infotainment system or potentially even GPS data.
Correct.
So did you decide to take that infotainment system out of the vehicle?
I did.
How do you do that?
Well, with the IV software, it's very intuitive. It gives you step by step on each vehicle how to take it apart. And I'm careful taking it apart because I might have to put it back together. If it's a victim's vehicle or a rental vehicle, that has to go back working order. So I take preventive steps, I take pictures on each step, and I remove that infotainment system, the unit behind that I need to take with me.
Is that basically just like a hard drive?
It is, it's actually a metal or a plastic box that's behind the screen that contains the printed circuit PC boards that would have all the data on there.
Okay, so you took that with you,
Yes,
brought it back here to Arizona,
correct.
and did you attempt to access it through that chip-off method?
I did.
Were you able to access any user data from that Jeep?
I was not.
On January 2nd of 2020, were you asked to meet with, again, another detective, this time McDermott, from Gilbert Police Department to remove an infotainment system from a Ford F-150 truck with Arizona plates CPQUINT?
I was.
Did you follow sort of the same process we've heard about?
I did.
And was that infotainment system supported for the Ford F-150 by Burla?
It was.
Were you able to obtain GPS data, connection data, and call logs from the Ford F-150 with that CPQUINT plate?
I was.
Different infotainment systems, do they have smaller or larger memory chips?
They do.
And in this vehicle, was there a smaller memory chip?
Comparison, it was only an 8 gig memory chip.
And some of that memory is taken up from just data from Ford for the infotainment system?
Correct.
In terms of the data on this infotainment system, for the Ford F-150, did you locate any data relating back to October 2nd of 2019?
I did not.
Did you locate any data relating to any time in October of 2019?
I did not.
So you're looking at this vehicle in January, or pulled the infotainment system on January 2nd of 2020. Were you able to determine if any phones had connected to that Ford F-150?
I was.
Did you see data that a phone number 480-351-9120 had connected to the Ford's infotainment system?
I did.
Did you see data that a phone number 808-755-5452 had connected to the Ford's infotainment system?
I did.
Were there call logs in that Ford F-150 from November 7th through December 20th of 2019?
There was.
Did that infotainment system show calls made to 480-321-9876?
It did.
Did they show calls made to 208-690-9374?
It did.
And did they show calls made to 480-489-4652?
It did.
Did the Ford F-150 contain GPS coordinates?
It did.
Were those all related to the time period of December 3rd through the 31st of 2019?
I believe so.
Was there any GPS coordinates relating back to October of 2019?
There was not.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
Any jury questions? Not seeing any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
State will call Detective Ryan Pillar.
Please state and spell your first and last name.
Ryan Pillar, R-Y-A-N, is Paul, I-L-L-A.
Thank you. Is your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth to help you God?
Detective, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Ryan Pillar, Pillar.
Where do you work?
I work with the Gilbert Police Department and have been so employed since February of 2007, so a little over 18 years.
Back in 2019, where were you working? What area?
In 2019, I was assigned to our Criminal Investigations Division, specifically to our Violent Crimes Unit.
Can you tell us sort of over the years from when you started through current, where you have worked and when?
Yes, I started on police patrol, maintaining typical police patrol officer duties. In 2016, I went to our Special Victims Unit within our Criminal Investigations Division, which is the unit that is responsible for investigating crimes against children and sex-related crimes. In 2019 is then when I began my time with the Violent Crimes Unit, which is responsible for investigating crimes of violence, death investigations, things of that nature.
And where are you currently working?
In 2021, I moved back to patrol briefly, voluntarily, because I wanted to try something different. I'm currently assigned as a school resource officer still in Gilbert.
I want to talk and ask you a few questions about Gilbert Police Department back in 2019. At that time, did the Gilbert Police Department have a full staff of crime scene specialists to help process crime scenes?
We did not.
Did you have basically two people?
We had two individuals that were crime scene techs.
And because of that, as both patrol officers and detectives, were you trained on how to process crime scenes?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your training in that area?
Both my time on patrol and especially in my time with the Criminal Investigations Division, we received multiple hours of training when gathering evidence, everything from fingerprints to physical DNA. Although we were not crime scene technicians or specialists, we were trained on the basics of processing a crime scene. Everything from basically from photos to collecting physical evidence.
Okay. In 2019 and 2020, did the Gilbert Police Department contract with other police agencies to do forensic lab work?
Yes.
So for instance, we just heard from DPS. Is that someone that the Gilbert Police Department worked with?
Yes, we work with Department of Public Safety, DPS, Mesa Police Forensics, Phoenix Police Forensics.
I want to talk to you about Wednesday, October 2nd of 2019. Were you on duty that day?
I was.
And were you called out to a home at 3875 East Phelps Road in Gilbert, Maricopa County, Arizona?
I was.
Do you recall what you were doing, like where you were prior to responding to that scene?
Yes, I do. I was actually in a meeting with our Violent Crimes Unit. We have weekly squad meetings. We were discussing cases that we were working when a sergeant came in and said, hey, we have a active shooting investigation and we need you to respond, which at that time myself and assisting detectives responded out to the 3875 East Phelps address.
Do you recall approximately when you got out there?
Yes, the time that we arrived on scene was approximately 10:30 in the morning. The originating call was approximately 09:13 hours, so a little over an hour by the time we got on scene.
Can you describe the scene when you arrived?
Yes, when we arrived, I positioned my vehicle, so we have unmarked assigned police vehicles. I parked my car east of the target address of the 3875 Phelps address. The street was blocked off with patrol vehicles both on the east end of Phelps and west end of Phelps to prevent traffic from traveling down that roadway. Additionally, there was crime scene tape set up, yellow police tape, to both prevent any further persons entering or exiting the crime scene that was established by patrol officers, and a couple cones within the roadway. that I later learned about.
So who were the other detectives that came or arrived on scene that morning?
The initial responding team was myself, Detective McDermott, Detective Biggs, and Detective Ferrer. We were the first 4 detectives on scene. Others later joined.
Okay. When you got on scene, do you recall being given any type of briefing or overview about what patrol had learned or established?
Yes, so typical response for detectives arriving on scene. The patrol officer, patrol sergeant will brief all the detectives once we arrive there. I do not recall specifically who briefed us that day, but we were provided with the names of the individuals involved, the address, the approximate time for the call for service, and a basic rundown from the initial interviews obtained from officers at that scene.
Did you at some point go to the driveway of 3875 East Phelps to look at the vehicle itself?
Yes,
When you were looking at that vehicle, did you see the damage to it?
yes.
What do you recall seeing?
Well, upon walking up to the 3875 address, there was a black-colored Tesla in the driveway. The front driver's side door was open, as well as the back driver's side door. There was glass partially on the driveway, as well as partially in the landscaping. While getting the scene walkthrough, which a walkthrough is when a patrol officer or the sergeant, again, I do not recall specifically who, but they will typically walk us through what they have at that point and explain what they've gathered so far. So this photograph that's on the screen now is accurate to what I initially saw, to include a up-close visual of the door. It's not the door frame, it's the vehicle frame that went above the driver's side window that was previously affixed to that vehicle.
Did you, let me ask you this. Have you seen vehicles that have been shot before?
Yes, yes, I have.
You're familiar with what, you have seen bullet holes in cars before?
Yes,
I'm going to put up, that was Exhibit 25. We were talking about this as Exhibit 28. Did you see this damage to the Tesla?
I did see that damage, yes.
When you saw that, what did you believe that to be?
I believe that to be a bullet hole.
Was that consistent with other bullet holes you had previously seen in other vehicles?
Yes.
What about this made you believe it was a bullet hole?
Both the angle, the fact that it went through metal, there's up close, you can actually see some scraping that's along that metal edge. The cleanliness, if you will, of that damage is indicative of a fast-moving projectile.
The glass that was off to the side here that we see back in Exhibit 25, did you notice that when you came and walked around?
I did.
And, a different photo, one sec. Put up Exhibit 24. Did you note glass still sort of along the edge of that door even?
There was door, yes, along that edge, and there was some within the cabin, which is not seen in this photograph, but yes.
So you observed glass pieces inside the car itself and sort of in that whole general area?
Multiple small shards from the glass being shattered, yes.
Now, you talked about some cones in the street. Let me put up Exhibit 14. Were these up when you arrived?
Yes, those cones were placed prior to my arrival and were in that position when on scene.
What did you understand those to be from?
I understood those to actually be locations where glass was located in the roadway. as well as to give some idea of where Mr. Boudreau, who was later identified as our victim, described his vehicle approaching his driveway.
So approximately where he was when his car was shot?
Yes.
When you arrive on scene with different detectives, is everyone sort of given a duty,
Yes.
a role to play, so to speak? What was your role?
Once on scene, it was determined that I would be the lead detective, the case detective. The responsibilities of that include interviewing the victims and essentially overseeing the entire investigation from that moment forward. From there, it was decided to have my partner there, Detective McDermott, assist with the primary scene detective, essentially in charge of operating the crime scene management, since we did not have the crime scene technicians available at that time. And then Detective Ferrer and Detective Biggs were then assigned to assist him with both investigating the scene, collecting physical evidence, and they were also provided tasks later on.
So although you were not responsible for processing the scene, did you, for instance, look in this area to note any glass pieces near
Yes.
the cones?
Yes.
And did you observe that?
Yes, I observed glass in that roadway.
Had you, as the case agent, been advised that the first officer on scene, Officer Robb, had done a brief interview of Brandon Boudreau?
Yes.
Is that normal?
Yes.
As a case agent, did you then want to do a more in-depth interview with Mr. Boudreau?
Yes, this is typical for any investigation. Of course, uniformed police officers will arrive. When they gather enough information to determine this is going to require some further investigation, they'll contact the Criminal Investigations Division. So Officer Robb did have the initial interview, albeit brief, and then she provided that information.
Now, we hear about body-worn camera. As a detective, did you have a body-worn camera?
I did not.
So when you decided to interview Brandon Boudreau, did you record that?
I did record that.
How did you record that?
At that time, the body-worn cameras were not as used as much as they are now. So I did not have the body-worn camera. However, it was common practice both in Special Victims Unit and specifically in Violent Crimes Unit on October 2nd of 2019 on this case to use a digital recorder, which is a simple digital recorder that has press, play, record, stop. That's how I captured the audio.
When you arrived, do you recall where Brandon Boudreau was?
I do.
Where was he?
So when I arrived, I was, again, we briefly walked through the scene. There were 3 males sitting on the north side of the street, directly across from the 3875 Phelps address. On this particular day, it was pretty warm outside. October 2nd in Arizona, yes, it was warm. They were seated, in its photograph here, this is a good representation across the street. There were 3 males sitting there. I did not know who was who yet, but once I got the basic idea of the layout of our crime scene, I walked over and introduced myself.
So we have Exhibit 9 here. They show where you had contact with Brandon Boudreau.
Yes.
So when you went over there, did you know at that time whether or not the other 2 individuals had been present during the shooting?
I did not.
Okay. Did you go over there and ask to find out who Brandon was, which one was, and if the other 2 knew anything about the case?
Yes, I tend to be a little more social, so I introduced myself, tried to keep it lighthearted despite it being a serious situation. I confirmed, I believe the friends were Chris and Mark, I don't know their last names. And then Brandon identified himself as being the resident at that house involved in this shooting. Once that was gathered, I asked the friends if they were there prior to or during the shooting, and they said no. They were simply there as support. After the incident, since Brandon contacted them, Once that was gathered, those two friends remained in the shade while I walked with Brandon after he agreed with me to speak with me privately. And I chose to use my vehicle since it has air conditioning and it was away in a private space.
So if we're looking at Exhibit 9 here, where were you parked in relation on this photograph?
So my vehicle, where that squad car is at the end of the street, it would actually be even a little bit further to the east of that, so outside of that vehicle, and then it would be to the right. So it'd be kind of around the corner where your pen's at right there. It'd be in that area.
So when you took Brandon to your vehicle, that's where you interviewed him,
Correct.
and that was recorded.
That initial interview with us was recorded, yes.
When you are conducting an interview like this, how do you go about that?
Well, again, coming from SVU, or Special Victims Unit previously, I try to build a rapport phase, which is simply trying to keep it as lighthearted as possible and just discuss basic topics. I remember Brandon was mentioning that he was there with friends and they had some food that they were eating. I don't remember specifically what, but after some pleasantries, introduced myself. Hello, my name's Ryan Pillar. I'm a detective with the Gilbert Police Department once again. And then I obtained his specific identification information, have him spell his first name, last name, date of birth, phone number, any other phone numbers, email addresses, to get a foundation for who I'm speaking with and so I can communicate with them moving forward.
During this interview with Brandon Boudreau, did you talk to him about who he thought might want to kill him?
Yes,
And did Brandon provide you with the names of some people he thought might want to kill him?
he did.
And what names did he provide to you?
He provided the names of Lori Vallow and the name of Alex Cox.
Did he advise you that there had been an incident that occurred in Chandler in July of 2019, and that was some of the reason for him identifying them?
Yes,
During your interview with Brandon, let me ask you this. Prior to talking with Brandon, when you were briefed, did you receive information regarding the vehicle that had been identified by Brandon as being used that shot at him?
yes, I was provided a description of the vehicle that shot at him, or where the shot came from.
When you spoke with Brandon in your car, was he consistent with giving you the same information?
Yes,
Did he describe the Jeep for you?
he did.
Did he provide you the information about what state the license plate was from?
Yes,
Did he talk to you about whether or not it had a rear tire on it?
he did.
Did he talk to you about where it was parked?
He did.
Did he talk to you about what he saw happen right before the shooting?
Yes.
Was anything that he had provided to you different than what you had learned in the briefing as to that area?
No.
We had talked about that you had seen the vehicle, so you knew it was a Tesla. Did you ever talk to Brandon about whether or not his Tesla had cameras that might record what happened?
Yes, Teslas were fairly new at the time, but it was, to my knowledge, that they had cameras throughout their body.
And was this a 2016 Tesla Model X?
Yes, it was.
Did you try to recover video from Brandon's Tesla?
Yes.
What were you able to?
Unfortunately, no. We were unable to obtain any of the video data in this vehicle, particularly because it did not have a storage device installed within it, which was also later confirmed by contacting Tesla directly. And there was no video saved from this event.
So you both looked yourself and then contacted Tesla to make sure that there was no other way that video would have been saved.
Correct.
Based upon what Brandon told you had occurred, did you expect to find a casing at the scene?
No, a shell casing, no.
Why not?
The way Brandon described the shooting was the back window of a Jeep opening up and then a weapon shooting at him, a firearm shooting at him. In my experience in law enforcement and utilizing firearms for many years, if it was a bolt action rifle, you would have to manipulate it and then the casing would come out within the vehicle. Or if it was a semi-automatic, the casing would still come out and be within that vehicle where it was fired from, based on the description that Mr. Boudreau provided to me.
And did Mr. Boudreau or Brandon provide or believe that this was a rifle that was barrel that was coming out the back window?
Yes, he believed it was a rifle. He as I've heard before, but specifically from him, he described it as a large barrel that came out of that window and fired at him.
And did he believe there was some sort of silencer or something on the end of that barrel?
He believed there may be a suppressor of some kind, but again, it's often that people, especially if a weapon's pointed at them, believe that it's very large. So I believed it was a rifle.
So he didn't see a hand or anything else or describe that to you, or you would have thought a handgun was put out the window and the casing might have ejected.
Correct.
He only saw the barrel of the rifle.
Correct.
Were you present when the fragments were collected or located in the Tesla?
I was not present when the fragments were located and extracted from the vehicle. I was present after my interview with Brandon, and I returned to where that it was in the process of, and they had collected the fragments.
Did you see where they had been removed from?
Yes, there was an extensive period of time focused on that bullet hole and finding as much as we could.
Did you note that I'm going to put up Exhibit 28 to help us, that sort of the molding had been damaged as a result of this projectile?
Yes.
And for this vehicle, we had seen in Exhibit 25 that there's no sort of metal frame around the top of the glass window, correct?
Correct.
Was it your understanding then that the window kind of went up into this molding in the frame of the vehicle?
Yes.
In this case, did police try to look if there was any fragments anywhere else sort of in the frame of that vehicle around there?
Yes, it was explained to me, and I looked as well into the bullet hole itself, and a lot of that rubber casing that you see surrounding that was pulled away and removed and inspected further to find any further fragments of that projectile.
Now, in this case, did you also see originally the glass sort of on the driveway there where it landed, and then later was the glass sort of manipulated to be able to look at it better?
Yes.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 46, for instance. So was the glass looked at, and even 47, and kind of spread out to be able to look at whether or not there was damage to it other than that the whole thing was shattered?
Yes, and where the A sticker, that was placed when I was in my interview, but that's where, yes, that's where they believed that the impact was, had connected with the glass that was within the frame of the Tesla.
And so there seemed to be a little divot there that seemed to match about the location that that window would have gone up there?
Yes.
Now, because only fragments of that projectile were recovered in the frame of this vehicle, did police search elsewhere to see if you could recover any other fragments?
Yes.
And can you tell us what was done to try to see if you could find those?
Well, aside from spending a couple hours on the Tesla itself looking for any fragment, which ultimately recovered 4 small fragments. We searched amongst the glass there, and then we started within the roadway where we could best determine the gunshot collided with Mr. Boudreau's Tesla. We started there. Well, let me back up. We had additional detectives respond to our scene. By early afternoon, there was 14 detectives total, and they were assigned with canvassing the neighborhood and the route that Mr. Boudreau provided as far as where he traveled after the shooting, as where the Jeep traveled after the shooting. We assigned detectives to canvass the entire neighborhood for any type of surveillance and contact any potential audible or visual witnesses. After that task was completed was when we did something called a line search. So it was not all 14 detectives at this point. I believe there was about 10 or 11 of us, where we stand, as it sounds, in a line, essentially shoulder to shoulder, and walk that roadway, the entire pathway where Mr. Boudreau described where he drove, from the point of impact of the shooting, westbound on Phelps towards Cole. We then went northbound on Cole, passing Waite, which we'll get back there, but passing to the point where he said he stopped his vehicle near a park or pool, community pool area. We really searched that part because that's where he said he turned his vehicle around. So we searched for any additional glass or fragments. We then proceeded to walk back down Cole, eastbound on Waite, continued our line search, and then ultimately southbound on Fisher, and then back westbound on Phelps, where we got back to those orange cones. So we did a line search, and despite our best efforts to include using a metal detector, no other fragments were located.
Seeing how small those fragments are, you're just trying to find something that might flash or stand out as you're looking on the asphalt. Were you surprised you didn't find anything?
Surprised, no. Disappointed, yes. But
It was a very long distance. You were looking for very small, tiny pieces of metal.
yes, and it was warmer as the day went on.
Now, you said that officers also contacted residents around that neighborhood to look for any surveillance cameras that might have caught anything.
Correct.
On Phelps, did anyone that was immediately around this area have any ring cameras or any other footage that would have showed this? That showed the street area where the Jeep was?
There was no video surveillance of the street area on Phelps.
During this investigation, did you ask Brandon for his phone?
Yes.
Why did you want his phone?
At this juncture, very early in the investigation, we don't know the complete motive. We don't know the involved parties. He's telling me a story, sure, that he provided some names, but to really know any possible motives or leads, people's smartphones have a lot of data, and he voluntarily turned that over. He completed a consent form, which is what we do when we want to have somebody willingly consent to us searching their device, because it is quite intrusive. And he turned over his device, which was ultimately turned over to our digital forensics unit, which was explained a little bit ago, but specialized detectives who specialize in downloading these types of electronic devices and going through the data.
So you might be looking for text messages where he's threatening someone or someone's threatening him or whatever else.
Correct.
Did you find anything like that?
No.
Did you also take Brandon's Tesla to Gilbert property?
Yes, once we completed our line search, our canvas, it was decided to take the Tesla to the Gilbert Police Department's property and evidence building to go indoors, just take another look at it to see if we can find anything further.
So you're getting there at 10:30 in the morning. How long is this all going on when you finish with this line search and now you're deciding to try to take the Tesla back to look at it?
I don't have the exact time, but I would estimate we probably left the 3875 East Phelps address at approximately 4:30, maybe 5 in the afternoon, early evening.
Okay. So did you and others, again, spend more time trying to look through the Tesla to see if there was any other evidence, any other fragments or anything else that might be there?
We did.
Was anything else found?
Nothing else was found.
Did you return the car to Brandon?
Yes, the vehicle was not impounded. We turned it back over to him. That was his only vehicle. So once we made our final search of everything we could regarding that bullet hole and the surrounding areas within it, it was turned back over to Mr. Boudreau.
During your interview with Brandon Boudreau, he advised you of that incident that occurred in Chandler on July of 2019 involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. Did you reach out to the Chandler Police Department?
Yes.
And did you learn from the Chandler Police Department that Lori Vallow had a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with Texas plates LWD 0997 in her garage on that July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
Did you learn photographs had been taken?
Yes.
Were you provided with copies of those photographs?
I was.
When you learned that license plate, were you also able to run that and get information about the Jeep?
Yes, we did an MVD records check, which is a simple license plate check, which will provide the registered owner and their information and vehicle information.
So by October 9th, you had the license plate number and VIN for that Jeep.
Yes.
Now, as a case agent, are you the person who is responsible for interacting with the listed victim in a case?
Yes.
And was it your common practice to give out your work number to any victim so they could reach you?
Yes, both this case and any case I worked, I would regularly give out my direct work cell phone number, my name. I encourage them to text me and call me as needed, with the caveat that I'm not always available, but if you leave me a message, I will respond.
So as a detective, you actually are provided a work cell phone for that purpose?
Yes, ma'am.
And all of their detectives are given the same sort of thing, a work cell phone, so that victims and witnesses can reach them?
Yes.
On October 14th of 2019, did you learn from Brandon that Melanie was moving to Idaho?
Yes.
Were you able to confirm that with her?
Yes.
Did you learn during this investigation that Lori Vallow had moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Did you learn in this investigation that Alex Cox had moved to Idaho?
Yes.
So in October then, Melanie joined them in Idaho?
Yes.
On October 16th, did you learn that a license plate reader had recorded Lori Vallow's Jeep with that Texas plate LWD 0997 on the I-40 on October 1st of 2019?
Yes.
Was that reader located in Holbrook, Arizona?
Yes.
How long before the shooting of Brandon was Lori Vallow's Jeep seen on that I-40 heading towards Phoenix?
That Jeep was seen on the I-40 heading towards Phoenix approximately 26 hours and 30 minutes prior to the shooting at Brandon Boudreau. In particular, the LPR, the license plate reader, has cameras. This was a DPS camera, if I recall correctly. Took a picture of the Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plate LWD 0997. And there was no wheel affixed to the back of the Jeep Wrangler, which Jeep Wranglers are typically have that wheel affixed to the back of them. In this image, 26 hours prior to the shooting, the wheel was not affixed to the back of that Jeep.
When you were working this case, you had talked about other detectives. Did you continue to work with some of them to help you investigate this case?
Yes,
Were you working with Detective McDermott during this case?
yes,
And as this investigation continued on October 31st of 2019, did you learn of LPR hits of that Jeep in Idaho?
yes,
And did you then work with Detective McDermott to try to seek help from law enforcement in Idaho to seize Lori Vallow's 2018 Jeep Wrangler with that Texas plate LWD 0997?
yes,
On November 4th of 2019, did you learn that a detective at Hermosillo with the Rexburg Police Department had located and impounded that Jeep?
yes.
Once that Jeep was impounded, what did you decide to do?
Well, I learned on November 4th, Detective Hermosillo with the Rexburg Police Department and fellow detectives located the Jeep. They impounded it in their private police lot. And once it was known to be secure in the Jeep that we were looking for, I drafted a search warrant and worked with Detective Hermosillo to arrange processing of that Jeep. Because that Jeep was associated with the crime in Gilbert, Arizona, arrangements were made to ultimately travel up to Rexburg, Idaho, rather, and process that Jeep for physical evidence.
We heard from Detective Olzak. Did he go with you, for instance, up there?
Detective Olzak was accompanying me, yes, up to Rexburg, Idaho.
And did a crime scene specialist, Tammy Lashik, also go with you up there?
Yes,
When you were going up there, were you processing the vehicle to obtain gunshot residue?
yes,
Were you processing the vehicle to obtain DNA?
yes,
Were you processing the vehicle to obtain fingerprints?
yes,
We heard, obviously, to remove the infotainment system. Were you also looking for any casings, projectiles, anything like that that might relate to your crime?
any physical evidence within that vehicle, yes.
What is gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue, short is GSR, is small particulates that are exerted from a firearm when it is discharged. So when you shoot a gun, these small particulates go out. They can go up to 5 feet, is what I've been told. I am not a GSR expert. However, they do go out in a, best way I can describe it, a smoke-like explosion fashion. And they can both go on clothing, hands, and surrounding areas, depending upon how small the physical environment is.
So in this case, well, let me ask you first, have you collected GSR yourself before?
I have collected GSR before.
Can you describe for us what you use to collect GSR?
Both GSR and any physical evidence, you wear gloves. You will be changing, usually have one primary pair of gloves on, and then you will have a secondary pair of gloves you put on. That secondary pair of gloves is removed every time you go to process another location or collect another evidence item. In other words, you're using a lot of protective gloves while processing a scene. With GSR in particular, you're going to have a controlled vial and a sample vial. The controlled vial is not opened. It is next to the sample vial. That is just to give the lab a controlled example of the same type of material that has not been utilized. The sample vial is sealed. Once it is open, it's cylindrical. It's about the size of a shotgun shell is the best way I can describe it. Once it is unsealed, it has a circular adhesive. That adhesive is then pressed against the area in which you are collecting where you believe gunshot residue might exist. Once that's collected, you reseal it with that adhesive into the tube, and then it is sealed with an integrity seal to prevent any tampering before any type of lab analysis.
And for the vehicle, this Jeep, were you then using that process inside the rear area of the Jeep?
That process was being used at the interior of that Jeep, yes.
And was that because you had been advised that there was someone inside the vehicle when the rifle was fired?
Correct.
We said that DNA was collected also in this vehicle. Have you ever collected DNA from a scene?
I have.
Can you tell us how that is done?
Similar, same process with the gloves, removing them from each location and putting a new pair on. There are essentially long Q-tips, wooden, and then they have the Q-tip at the end. There's 2 Q-tips in each paper vessel, keeping the integrity of them. And then there's going to be a sterilized water that you also open and crack open, so you have sterile water. You open the Q-tips, as I'll refer to them as. You put water on one of the ends and leave the other one dry. You will first use the wet Q-tip to swab the area in which you are collecting DNA. You will then use the dry Q-tip to swab that same location. You place both of those Q-tips into a cardboard box. The reason why it's cardboard is so it can breathe, so that doesn't get moldy and affect the integrity of the sample you collected. That box, again, is sealed with integrity seals and signed to prevent any tampering prior to any type of lab analysis.
And then lastly, just before we break, you also talked about collecting fingerprints. Have you collected fingerprints before?
I have.
And can you tell us how that is done on a vehicle?
Much simpler. There's graphite powder. You dust it amongst the surface, a flat surface where you believe the fingerprints may exist. That graphite powder will show the existence of fingerprints. You will then use specialized tape, but honestly, it's just clear tape. You press it on there, pick it up, and you place it on a white piece of paper, more or less. It's kind of a cardboard type paper, like a thick paper. And that's how you collect your fingerprints.
All right, let's recess for the weekend. Members of the jury, Monday is going to be a 10:30 start. 10:30 start. Please be in the jury room around 10:20, ready to go. Please remember the admonition. Have a good weekend.
All rise for the jury.
All right, please be seated. Is there anything else before Monday?
Judge, just that I do have a DNA person flying in if we don't finish with Collard, depending on how that goes. And I also have, actually have a couple people flying in on Monday. I may need to ask to break with this detective to get those people on and get them back out.
Okay.
So I have, just so we know, Dan Moss is flying in.
Say the name
Thomas-
again.
Dan Moss, Thomas Miller, and Emilyn Sapinosa. So all of those 3 are flying in that I do need to get on Monday, so I will likely ask to break with this detective to make sure that I can get them done.
Okay. All right, anything else from you? All right, we'll be at recess. Thank you.